welcome. Hello, architects and faithful followers, to the stream. It is time to do the run that requested of me. I decided tonight would be the night. I was like, I think I'm jonesing from some Dark Souls. And he requested a solo 1 deprived run. But I thought to myself, you know what? It's Dark Souls 3, and I'm pretty practiced at it. But I think I can go spicier. So what we're gonna do, as you see from the title, we're gonna do the Wretch run. It's more cursed than the deprived run. It's no leveling, but also broken straight sword only. It could end up being the hardest run that I've done yet. But we shall see. And what else? No healing. Yeah, compared to my no heal run, it's, yeah, I don't know. Once I get go. I can get my controller to work. It was just working a second ago. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so we're gonna rush the broken straight sword, and we are playing cinders like usual. Let's see. Wretched Wallace. I spell Wallace. What? Richard Walter. That's fine. I don't really spend too much time here usually. Yes, we're gonna start with we're gonna be deprived. So level 1. And we don't need to rush anything really. What we want to do is we want to get to broken straight sword and then go to pick up the rings and other equipment to help us, like, boost our stats. Hunter's ring, knight's ring, the merchant, not the merchant ring, but like the rings that increase your stats, and then finding some gear that can also help us do that. I think the master key is fine for this. All right. So let us see what's gonna happen here. I can already tell you right now, the hardest part of the run is gonna be oh man, last time I played this, I spent the whole day, game with the Dash Master string, and now I don't have that, so I feel very slow right now. Yeah, I can tell you right now, the hardest boss of this run is probably going to be Soul of Cinder, because he's the only boss that can heal. And so if you just get bad RNG with Soul of Cinder, and you end up, he ends up going into his, faith mode, his polearm mode, then we're gonna be in trouble, because we're gonna be doing no damage to him, and I'm also not that good at fighting him. He's probably the boss I die the most to still. All right, so first thing, I think, we have we got our first one right here, mercenary ring. I think that's vigor, right? Yeah, so we're gonna want that. The other issue we're gonna have is just getting one shot by things, so we want to reduce that. Okay, I'm gonna run around Varlic Shrine, do the usual starting game stuff. So that means in the case of cinders, it's to go get the forbidden key and then open the key with the chest with the Estus shard in it. And because the master key does not open that chest. We're gonna be using our souls. You know, because we now no longer need to level. We're gonna be using our souls to hopefully save up for primordial essence. Upgrade our rings that way. That's a system you can do in Cinders. I think it's a really cool idea. We can go ahead and get this stuff while we're here. The Firekeeper head. Mask. The Wretch run. I can still wear whatever gear I find. There's no restrictions there. Wretch run is more like no leveling as well as, you know, weapon restriction. But armor is just fine. So right here, hooray! There's actually a useful item here in Cinders now. In vanilla, like no one ever comes up here in vanilla because there's no reason to. Like story stuff. Who cares about that? I played this game like literally like 40 times, and that's, you know, story stuff doesn't matter. Down here is the Ring of Betrothal and a Hollow Mask. We don't think we need that. Although we could experiment to see like what marrying people would do, like what item that we could get from them, but it's fine. I think we can do without it. Yeah, we found the ladle and the frying pan, either of which we're going to be using. Psychedelic elixirs right there. We don't need it. We never need it. No one needs to have psychedelic flashing colors on their character, but there. Again, all accessories and armor are allowed. This is a restriction on weapon choice and leveling. So we're gonna put on the Estus ring. So give us a full heal. There you go. Forbidden ring will open this chest, or forbidden key. And then I think this is the Dash Master string. We're not gonna be using this, but a run like with it I think would be very fun. I think I want to do one of those. Like I want to like redo on the my speedster run that I did like back in the spring. I think that'd be a fun one. Okay, that's the gist of it. Just to get the Estus ring and to get the Estus flask shard. Well, a newcomer I see. Hi, Dad. Okay, so we got Titanite shard. Yeah, numbers are good. Titanite shard. Titanite shard is good. I mean, we're gonna be upgrading. We've got a broken stray sword. What can I say about the broken stray sword? It's the worst weapon in the game. Arguably, I think there might be some other worse ones. Like, I don't know. It's pretty much the worst weapon in the game. It has pretty bad scaling. It already has low base damage. It's got no range. So it's kind of weapon, the joke weapon. So we're gonna be we're gonna be upgrading it, and we'll probably be infusing it to give it better scaling, or to give it an elemental effect, or to give it a status effect like bleed or something, or poison. I think that'll go a long way to helping. So in Cinders, there's actually a specific lootable that is the broken straight sword, so I'm running to it right now. And normally, I think in vanilla, it's right in the very beginning. like outside the cemetery of ash, just where you after you beat Gundyr, but it's not there. I don't think in this version. Instead, it's the censoring palm. Nice dragon. Nice dragon. This is actually the best farming spot if you need to farm for covenant items. This is an excellent, the best spot. In terms of covenant items, they have effects in cinders, so I'm probably gonna. I'm not sure what to put on there right now, but I'm not gonna get blue blood swords in there. We're not gonna use that. So layer HP recovered effectiveness. So might as well form the covenant, I suppose. No harm in doing that. Yeah, +2 strength. The Fangbore helm is in this chest. This what the mimic is, where the mimic is, and it's +2 strength. So that's a possible thing. We also have a minimum amount of endurance right now. So, not endurance, vitality. So we're gonna not be able to wear much heavy armor. There we go. Ouch. Ouchies. Ouchie wawa. Start gem now. Okay, here we go. Okay, yeah, 133. With DD scaling. So, nice thing about the one thing about well, actually, it's. I was gonna say the stamina consumption isn't too bad, but actually it's not great. Oh boy, yeah. Again, I've been playing with a different build, and kind of messing me up a little bit here. Let's see if we can get our Estus Flask shard over here. Ouch. It's the Astoria Straight Sword. We don't need that. Good. Keep rolling. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna go this way. Ouch. Okay, so that's a 3-shot. Oof. Oof. Can we get up here? Possibly, yes. Okay, good. Oh, that was close. Come on, controller. I hope this does not happen very often during the run. Gonna be a problem if it does, especially during a longer fight. Now, in the meantime, what we're probably going to do is invest our souls into. Invest our souls in what killed that dog? Invest our souls into. Oh, that's right. Captain Moral is in my world. You can go ahead and kill me. It's fine. So what we can do is save our souls for buying life gems and other kind of sources of generated healings. Well, actually don't want to be here. Go to the other bonfire. So we got a weapon, so 3 shot. I bet if we got the Wolf of what's it called? The Watchdog of Farron item, that would help. Yeah, let's see. No, we didn't do it. Go this way. Did I not get my souls back? I thought I had more than like 500. That's fine. Okay. We're gonna use this hole here for some nice cheese. Plenty of good cheese here. You just clear the way a little bit. Yeah. You need to fight him, right? There you go. We have momentum. What's that? A ring again? Quick step easily. Try regular rolling. No. Oh. Okay. Hello. Welcome to the House of Pain. No throwing knives. Kind of run to try to get his attention. Nice. Okay, good. Only 2 of them? Nice. Got some. I'm gonna watch my durability as well. It's already a little bit lower than I would like it to be. No, I don't have any other armor. 33 plus 11. Okay. What we're gonna do is we're gonna lure. We're going to lure the next enemy, the pursuer. We're gonna lure him to the pit to get knocked down in there. We've done some life gems. We might need to be topped off here. Oh. Not can't fight 2 at once here. Nice. Like no poise there, friend. Nice. I'm trying to clear the way here. Good, good, that was good. Gotta clear the way here because I want a clear shot to Pursuer. Backstab here. Oh, went for the backstab, but got pushed away or something. That was weird. I just ran away. Very nice. Nice. A lot more enemies right here than Vanilla. Go 3 shot. Alright, now Pursuer will probably one-shot me, so I don't want to risk fighting him just straight up, even though I probably could do it. it's safer to just lure him to the pit, to the hole where the elevator is. Just need to lure him over here. Yeah, he needs to follow me. And then it'll just be a simple matter of baiting him to attack, like the other fellas. Yeah, you can slow walk toward me. Yeah, you can run after me though. Probably best to run after me because you can catch me. You can get me in a big trap. Big trapperino. Come on, yeah. You almost cut me cornered. Good. Will he come into here? Yes. Yeah, no, not quite. Come on. Nice. Nice. So with him out of the picture, the bonfire that he was guarding now spawns. The one at night called Night's Rest. We can rest there. Ooh, let's see what do we want to do? What do we want to do in terms of armor? We want to do like Sanctus on back. If we can, maybe we do like Sanctus on our back. Like we do like regen build. And then like have like broken straight sword. Well, like prayer set maybe. Let's see. We forge some life gems. Let's forge some of these more bones first. Let's get like 10 of these. No leveling required, so let's get like 40 of these for now. And maybe and then whoops, and then get it's gonna be a habit, bad habit there. How are we doing in terms of fourth? Okay, we have enough Titanite shards. We can get 3 more damage and then 1 more on the scaling there. Okay. Yeah, let's get some like I don't know, 6 of these. And yeah. Like usual, my runs usually include usage of items, unless explicitly stated otherwise. All right. Let's see what we can do here with Vort. Vort shouldn't be too tough. He's I have really low weight ratio. I wonder if I should use Flynn's ring. With my weight this low, I could use Flynn's ring. I'll have to see. We'll get Flynn's ring and check out how good that is. No. Okay. That's workable damage. That's pretty good. Swing's doing work. Good. There's 2 already. I'm missing him. You can get him to get stun him there when he does the ice breath. Oh. Dead. Oh no. Oh, I didn't actually get the stuff from Emma. I need to get the banner from her. Well, actually, I kind of don't because I can just warp there. But I guess I could do that right now. While we're here, we might as well get the. Actually, it's a good idea to get the covenant item from her because we can get HP plus from it. That's the main concern I have right now. Is like it's the two main concerns for the run is going to be, you know, damage in my health, right? Fights are going to drag on longer than normal, and so yeah, Wave of Blue, there it is. Yeah, plus 5% HP. Fights are going to drag on longer than normal, and so so the issue will be surviving big hits. And of course, there will be an issue of the damage I do. Those are my two main concerns. Let's see, that's the shard, right? What? Yeah, this might end up being a very difficult run. Although I think my Archmage run near the end in DS2 turned out to be way harder than I was expecting it to be. Whenever I do build runs, I don't always sort of like route before doing it like on stream. I do sometimes. But that DS2 Archmage run, that min-maxed Archmage run, that was insane. That was definitely not scouted entirely. I had a build idea for a build, but I did not anticipate the sheer amount of difficulty that I would have in that run. I think it was like what, 2-3 streams where I was just stuck on the DLC bosses. I went around all the DLC areas and I was just like, well, I'll keep throwing myself against like, some of these DLC bosses until I win. Like Blue Smelter, like it's ridiculous. He has like such a high resistance to magic. It's absurd. Nice. Good. A blade tablet. I want to do a summoner build. Because there's a ton of the recent update of Cinders has added a ton of support for summoner and beastmaster builds, which I definitely want to do. Let me see here. Let's see. Do we want to do combination? You know what we should? No, because I was gonna say like, we can do Kirk armor of Thorns. It's pretty good, but I don't know if it's gonna work because it's so heavy. We could do Ring of Reprisal or Ring of Retaliation and do like rolls and stuff. Longer Tincture is good, or a little more defense. The 5% and everything. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine. You also go back to the cemetery of Ash and get the rest of the master set. We can have more decks, which would increase our damage. We might actually want to do that before we continue on. No, this is fine. I'll be running through most of this stuff anyway. If everything's like a 1 or 2 shot, or a 3 shot, then that's fine. Right, and Wave of Blue gives will randomly drop consumables, which is pretty nice. a shield, good for parries. Not much else, I believe. Yeah. Right. Yep, drop down right there. Yeah, he's that's a two-shot, so. Oh, good try, Thrall. Maybe next time. Nothing we need in direction to the left. I could put it on the War God Wooden Shield and get an attack bonus, maybe. We could do that. I still think ultimately I want to go for the... Because, like, the thing is, we have such low attack that, like, most of the attack boosts are percentage-based. And so, it's not going to make that much of a difference. Ding. Pitter patter. Machete. Machete. Oh, right. Archibald intrudes here. Well, he would be a good guy to kill for some souls, but I don't know if I want to fight him. Let me just examine this. So I have this. I have the option here. We can go ahead and get the Mammoth Maker's Covenant item. So we have an attack boost there. Again, it's percentage based, so I don't think it'll be good for this build. Oh. Yeah. There it is. And he usually gives me a horn bone here, right? Yeah. Dispute. I don't think there's anything here that I want. Or I can't even use, really. Stamina damage. Sunset set. No. That's fine. Find bonfire? No. Bonfire lost the rest of that. And I need another. We need like one more Titanite Shard, another upgrade. Yeah. Or maybe two more. Right. This gives 5% more physical, so it's a difference of 8 more damage. And then the War God Wooden Shield gives you 5% again, which is, again, 8. It's not a small... I mean, for considering, you know, how little damage we're going to be doing, I will consider it. This is not a very good shield. It's meant to be put on your back, kind of like the Grass Crest shield or other shields would have, like, effects on them. They're meant to be, like, kind of just, like, side arms you put on your left, your offhand for the bonus, but can still also be used as a shield. I don't have to, so you don't have to be able to wield it in order to get the benefit. I'm gonna go with the HP for now. Our damage is good enough for now. My stamina recovers pretty quick, which is nice because it's so light. And then we'll go for Flynn's ring, right? Flynn's ring. Rufus. Rubbish. Get your rubbish out of here. Let's see. Anything I want on the left? I don't think so. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Yeah, we can go here. We don't need to talk to deal with Archibald or things. I don't think there's an item that we want over there. I think there used to be a shard where the entrance to the Hodrick area was, but the Mailmaker's Covenant place, but I don't think we need to. It's there anymore. I think the message started was moved down to where the Grave Key location is. There we go. Let's see. We need to get the Magician's Ashes because that'll help us. I think that'll unlock another tier of life gem for us. Let's see, and this also has an effect too, right? Yeah. Max stamina plus 10%. Still pretty light. Let's put that on for now. Put that on our back. Wait, but I'm not actually don't really like. Actually, just gonna put it. Yeah, I actually like for the cleaves because this thing has no range. It's the I don't know about these. I think the left to right cleaves are what we want to do here. Anyway. From here, we want to head over here. Nice. Size this. Come on, yeah. Lure in the small rats first. The bigum. Chief Bigum. And damage, though. Oh, you're that traveler. All right. So. It's fine for now. We're just gonna keep these souls. Magic Wood's gonna invade us here. It's just fine. One's ring. Very key. And Mortician's Ashes are right over here. Just gotta get these, because usually doesn't. I think there's like Radiant Life Gem unlocks with this. Oofus. Get through there. Good. Okay. Now, Grave Key will bring us down to. We can go to the catacombs from there. Actually, we can go from there to the catacombs. Get Sanctus to get some HP regen. I think I want to go for. You also could rush the. Yeah, I think we want to get the Knight's Ring and the Mercenary Ring quickly, soon after as well. Which would be in Farron Keep. Rapier, loincloth. Oh, we already have the loincloth. Started with it. Yeah, I was gonna check the rapier, but I realized that I'm not using. I can't use it, so Never mind about that. Alright. Run around to the chest with Sanctus and equip it. Jen finally caught my message on Twitter that I was gonna do a spicier run than the one that he requested. Hello, Mr. Skellerangs. Oh, this cursor, very good. Oop. Give me a little. Oh, you know what might be also be good is the what's it called? The assassin set. There it goes. Yeah, so oh, you know what? Shoot. I should have gotten the bonfire there. Oh, it's not a big deal. Actually, didn't need to come back to the Firelink Shrine. Actually, no. I can turn in the Mortician's Ashes. Boom. Shrug. Yeah, so this will change the things that I can forge at the bonfire. Can I forge like extra? Yeah, the Radiant Life Gems. So we're gonna be spending probably a bulk of our money on this, and yeah, and we also get access to Blue and Purple Moss Clump, which is pretty sweet. And actually, you might want to do some resins, right? That's gonna be boosting our damage, which we're gonna need. Do not have access to different gems yet. We're gonna need to get some other ashes for that. I believe the one by Parent Keep is where we need to go to next, which would just be right over here. If we go here, we can get a shortcut to there. I really love the way Cinders is laid out. The non-linear nature of it. It's very Dark Souls 1, and that's to Dark Souls 1's credit. I hope Elden Ring will be like that in terms of like its non-linear design. It's like designed where like you could even though areas do get harder, there's still definitely you can still go anywhere you wish, even though areas do get harder technically. Okay, so if we go over here, this will get us access to a number of items. The Dragon Crest Shield is here. Do twinkling. Come on, controller. And large Titanite shards. These guys about to drop 20 Titanite. Which we don't need. We just need regular upgrade materials. Obligatory chicken, but probably not sticking around for long. How you doing? Hello, Adamant. Welcome. I'm doing really well. I'm looking forward to doing the run today. It's been a busy day. I still have some dust in my clothes and paint on my hands. Doing more stuff at work in terms of preparing new offices, and you know, preparing for a new set and stuff. It's a lot of work, but it's good. Hopefully I can make it tonight, make it all the way to midnight tonight, because I was up. I've been up for a while. I messed up my sleep schedule, and I slept like all evening, like last evening. I didn't intend to, but I ended up sleeping through all last evening, But then I was like, oh, okay, I guess I should probably get up now. And then I ended up staying up all night. And so I've been up since like 12 or like 1 a.m. Hopefully I'll get tired at the proper time, which is like around midnight, and then actually want to sleep. But yeah, the run's going well so far. Let's see. This chest is locked. You need the plagued key. That has the mask of horror in it, I think. This is what we want right here, though. Hunter's ring. This is going to give us +5 dexterity, which is going to give us 3 attack power, which, you know, isn't much, but it does help. It functionally gives us what we're going to be aiming for. A big item we're going to be aiming for is the prisoner's chain. This is it's an extremely good piece of gear for soul level 1 because it functionally gives you 15 levels worth of stats. So for soul level 1, these sort of like these stat plus rings are very popular. Let's go ahead and get these the Watchdog of Farron Covenant item. And just I think it's I don't think we'll need anything here. Stamina recovery, yeah. I can't wear that armor, it's too heavy. Also, we can check out Flynn's ring. That's pretty ding darn good, I say. What if I get rid of Caduceus? Only 6 more difference. So hang on. Put on Sanctus. Just put it on our backs here. And then Flynn's 171. Oh, that's heavy. I think this is heavy. Still good though. That's still 20 points of more 20 more damage, which is extremely good. I say it's pretty worth. Again, we're not gonna put on on our backs. We're not gonna actually use the shield, but we're just gonna hold it on our left side. Hello, Jinho, Yoon, welcome. Yeah, so I thought I would take a break from Kingmaker. What happened was, you know, after the stream, things were going pretty all right, and I was like, okay, maybe I'll just like figure out this puzzle, like, and just kind of like get a little further ahead in it. And I managed to get a little further ahead in you know, with the puzzle and stuff like that, but it's like, man, it took me like hours, and I kind of like burned myself out from Pathfinder a little bit. Off stream, I was like, man, okay, I'm gonna try to like start the next Pathfinder stream off like without, you know, being stuck for like 2 hours or whatever, right? But I ended up getting stuck for like 2 hours, and I was like, well, how do I solve this puzzle, man? So in preparing for the next stream, I kind of like burned myself out a little bit. So I was like, okay, regenerated, yeah, exactly. Vector 6 lull. And then regenerated, you know, I remembered that he requested I do a soul level 1 run. So I was like, you know what, I'm jonesing for Dark Souls, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. Throw your nuts. Well, this might end up being the hardest run I've ever done in Dark Souls 3. We'll see. What the boss I can probably guess right now. The boss that will probably be the hardest boss in the run is going to be Soul of Cinder because he can heal, and so it's going to be a total fight of attrition, and it'll just be up to like RNG whether, because if he decides to go into spear mode and heal himself, and then because his heal is like a burst heal, and then he also gets a passive regeneration for a certain period of time, unless you can knock him out of it. When you stun him, he will lose whatever buff he has. It wasn't even healing; he was just too dang hard. Yeah, he's gonna be the hardest, I think. He's also the boss I have the hardest time fighting still. So what we're gonna do is right now we're running around and just collecting items. You know, our weapon is limited, and our soul level is limited as well. But doesn't mean we can't run around and find appropriate items to help us. Now, I already know there's going to be some items that are going to be very important for the run. I'm going to go for Prisoner's Chain because that functionally gives you 15 levels worth of stats. But to get it, we're going to have to defeat Champion Gundyr. I don't think that'll be too big of a problem. We've already gotten some purple moss clumps here, so we can take care of that. Right, the whole thing up to him. That's going to be the one. And you know what? If we, if things go smoothly, we might even do all bosses. I'm not sure what jump is not really that bad of a word. Auto mod, got that one. Just parry, forehead. Just get good and parry, like, it's easy. It's like I don't know why you would not parry. Okay, here's the next thing I want to get right in here. Knight's Ring. Alright, so we're trying to boost our damage here and also our survivability. So we want Flins for damage. We want, basically we want Hunters for damage, Flins for damage. We're very light, so. Pontiff, yeah. I know he was destroying me until I had a pattern where I could parry him. Same with, Pontiff SL1. Vigorous for survivability, and then we get 4 more attack with the Knight's Ring. We get effectively +5 strength, which will, once we upgrade our weapon, it'll scale better. Let's see, what else can we do? We're gonna give up our Estus ring for that, I think. What else do we want to do? Let's go ahead and let's run. We're here, and we might as well get the last fire and put it out. All right, it's insane here. 16 people in one house right now. Don't tell Newsom. So I gotta go. All right, I'll keep it on the DL. Good luck. Thank you for coming by, Regen. Thank you for your well wishes. You hang out and you love on your guests and your family and everybody. I know it's Thanksgiving, week, so good luck to you. Here in Canada, we've already had our Thanksgiving, so that's the difference. Well, that one didn't aggro. Nice. Okay. Whoop, whoop. Okay, so we're now poised to go after. What's his name? The Abyss Watchers. Ouch. Excuse me. Excuse. No, excuse me. Okay. Couldn't even light the bonfire. Usually you can at least light the bonfire when there are enemies around. Zoom. Here we go. Can you rest? Nice. Oh, look how shiny I am. Oh no, wait, it's draining. That's something that's something that people don't often notice about. There is a hidden mechanic where you can be wet or oiled or whatever, and it's actually on your character and it slowly drains away. And that sort of draining away actually is acts as kind of a duration, because you technically are debuffed / buffed when you are wet or when you are covered in oil or whatever. And this is why I love the Zold games, because there's so many hidden mechanics and stuff. Yep. All right. This guy over here. I grab this fella. Oh, whoops. Whoops. Thanks for that sea brow. And then there's 2 more things that I like to cheese here. There's this Dark Wraith here. This is just, I love this. I love cheesing guys into pits and stuff. I love that Dark Souls lets you do it, you know? It's so good. Like, I love the idea of like, hey, if it doesn't matter how you beat the boss or how you beat the enemy, just do it, you know? That's what you gotta do. There you go. That's a good item. We want that. Now, Forlorn, we gotta make sure we get him around this corner because he'll tend to get stuck there. Okay. This cheese is actually not like a cheese that only happens in, like, you know, it's not a one-off. There's a very similar cheese in Bloodborne. You can cheese an NPC, like hunter type guy into a pit. There you go. Nice. Pinch of the Forlorn is a very cool weapon in Cinders. I recommend checking that out if you like modding. Let's see what we need to do here. Oh, it's beautiful cheese. There's some S rank cheese in this game. What's my regen looking like? You just need to take some damage here at some point, like just fall damage and then check my regen. It should be 2 HP a second, I think. Yeah, it's 2. That's all right. 2 is better than nothing. 5 hits on that basic hollow there. Oh, he's not basic hollow. He's a basic mage hollow. All right. And whoop. And whoop. That's the shard right here, which I could really use. And that's the bucket. Right over here is this is the Scholar's Ring, which it increases your intelligence by 5%, or not 5%, by 5. We're not gonna probably be using that, but we went there for the Estus shard. The best kind of RPG for me, right? That's the game where it's like it's RPGs are about you doing it how you want, right? So it's no fun if the game just tells you the way you should do it, and more or less, you know, kind of forces you into a corner kind of thing. But rather, you want the freedom to just experiment on this stuff. And Dark Souls is the kind of game where, like, you might think, man, this game is impossible, right? Like, it's a game that's designed to be extremely difficult. But yeah, well, here I am with a broken straight sword and not leveling, right? Like, Dark Souls is a hard game, but it's actually not as hard as you're often led to believe, based on sort of the marketing of Dark Souls series. It is a hard game, but not as hard as you'd think. Let's see. I don't want to be too heavy because I'm using Flynn's Ring for extra damage. Don't equip below 30, increases the weapon damage up to a maximum of 30%. Yeah. So this is the Plague Key. You open that. What should we do next? We need. Let's see. There's upgrade materials. We cannot forge any of those. What do we want to do? We can travel to... What armor do we want? Let's go back to Cemetery of Ash and kill Swordmaster. That'll give us the rest of his set, and we can put that on. Maybe that'll be good. Come on, camera, don't do that autofocus thing. That auto... whatever that is. So we need to get here now. He's been moved over here. Kill 3 hits on a basic hollow. This is the most basic enemies in the game. Alright. Oh, there's like no damage. Get wrecked. Yeah, so master's stuff. Each piece gives you 2 dexterity, but that will push me over the threshold, won't it? If I do this, that, will that knock me? Oh no, it's still working. Even though I'm over 30%. Interesting. Okay, now I think what we want to do is broken straight sword. You know, damage is nice, but what we could do is, like I said, resin. I'm thinking poison, because you know I'm not. You know, we'll see how it does, but I think if we're doing so little damage, poison will really be a huge help. Because that's consistent damage, right? Even if it's you know not that much, I think over time, because we're gonna be fighting bosses for longer periods of time than usual, poison will actually be more useful. So I'm really thinking we're gonna do a poison. We're gonna infuse poison onto our broken straight sword, and I want to see if you can infuse the poison onto the broken straight sword and then also resin it, in which case like that'll really stack the poison up and you can poison enemies really quickly. Come on, controller. And also level condition, my controller will sometimes not work. There's that as well. Let's see. Okay, poison. Do you want to do crystal sage at this point? Is there a poison gem somewhere I can get at this point? Our first boss is gonna be crystal sage. I guess we can try him, right? I mean, I can manipulate his AI a little bit. Okay, I say we give it a shot. Might want to go get more Titanite shards, though. Okay, we'll just try it. We have a +1 broken straight sword. Let's just try this. Okay. That's what I want to see. Okay. So the AI trick here is that ouch. Whenever he has the crystal homing soul mask, the stuff that's in front of that's like hovering above his head like that, he will not teleport. So usually when you hit him, he'll teleport away. But if he has some of those some of those crystal homing soul masses around, he won't. So, you know, during the speed run, when you speed run the game, like the best RNG you can get is when you go in there and he chooses to use that right away, and you're like, oh, that's great, because now he won't teleport away. Give it another shot here. I don't think I even have anything to lose because my souls are gone. Poof. That damage, man. Yeah, I need more damage here. Perhaps it would be better to actually make him teleport. Right now. This is me with my controller not working. Holy cow, man. That damage. Like one of those bolts is like so much damage. I mean, I can definitely get him. Ouch. Oh. Nice. Nice. That was some lucky, some good RNG there. Teleport in just the right places. All right. So Crystal Sage, first boss. Now I wonder if Sanctus heals more. There are some items that upgrade, like when you upgrade them, they heal for more. I wonder if it's worth upgrading Sanctus with Twinkling Titanite in order to get more HP heal per tick. I doubt I'm going to be using the Herald set, but again, nice. Nice to have more options than less. Let's see. We don't need to really worry about you. Oof, that damage is not good. I just want your stuff. There you go. Yeah, that's good. Don't backstab me. Yeah. Now hopefully the pal. I forget what items like get generated by which ashes. Throwing in these different ashes gets you, expands your inventory of items you can buy, right? Or forge at the bonfire. There's a nice shard. So hopefully the Paladin's ashes is now give me access to shards, Titanite shards. That's what I'm hoping for, at least. It's 2 large Titanite. You can get large Titanite here. You can get a bunch of large Titanite in. A bunch of large Titanite in what is it? Baron Keep. Checking behind me. Always good to check behind you when you get the chance. Well, you have iframes, right? While you're activating a door. And while we're here, we may as well. I usually flag this area. Well, you know, just so that when I come back, Gale will stop bothering me with his his dialogue until you like accept his quests. Every time you come into the cathedral sort of area there, he'll repeat his dialogue and be like, "Fire, fairy, Andel." Cleansing Chapel. That's the name of the place. Farling Shrine. Let's check out what Paladin's Ashes give us. And what I want to do is, yeah, I would like to get the Sun Princess ring, and then also,
Ashen
oh, we had the Dream Chaser's Ashes.
Oh,
I think that one will give me quite a bit. Let me just check.
Ashen.
Dream Chaser gives me Black Fire Bombs. It gave me the gems. Perfect. That's perfect. So, I'm thinking poison. Poison, stuff there. And we got Rotten Pine Resin. Very nice. Buy 20 of these. Poison throwing knife. No, we're not using throwing knives. We're using straight sword, broken straight sword. Okay, here we go. And Titanite shards. Perfect. So the Dragon Chaser's Ashes was a perfect thing. It was just what we needed for the run. We didn't even need the Paladin's Ashes, so we didn't need to really kill Crystal Sage at this point. But good thing we did. Let's see. Reinforce. We need 5 more. Go. And reinforce to +3, which will give us 144 and 23. 2 large Titanite. Okay, we need 4 large Titanite. We're already at 152 plus 27. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And now it's gonna be poison once we infuse it, which will take it'll take 2,000 souls right here. Poison infusion. So it'll drop the scaling. But it'll add poison. Chance to poison. Not chance, but it'll poison people eventually after so many hits. Which we're going to be doing a lot, hitting people a lot, so it makes sense. Let's go ahead and sell some stuff here. We can just sell these soul items to get to the amount that we need. There we go. And infuse Broken Straight Sword with poison. I think that'll be good. Okay, our you know, our weapons coming along pretty well here. Win or else. I think things are looking pretty good right now. Hello Fuzz. We've only beaten one of the bosses so far, but we can. What else can we do here? Now that we have a poison weapon, I feel like we can go big even and like go for like Dancer, which is like a mid to late game fight, but you can fight her early if you want. I think I could beat her. I mean, if she hits me, she might just kill me in one hit. I feel like I could do it though. If we do manage to beat her, that would give me. What did they give me access to though? They give me access to Lothric Castle, which would give me chunks. Is it worth it at this point to try that? What do we need? What do we need? What else do we need? Yeah, we need Prisoner's Chain. You know what? Let's give it a shot. Let's do it. Okay. Because even if we beat Dancer, we need to beat Oseros. To get access to Champion Gundyr, and Champion Gundyr will give us the Prisoner's Chain, which is what the big item for the run. We have Vigor, we got Knight's Ring. We got 193 attack power. It's pretty good, honestly. plus poison plus replace life gems with radiant life gems, which will help our regeneration per second, and then also put some rotten pine resin on our weapon as well. I think we've got a pretty good build here, considering, you know, we've nerfed ourselves pretty hard, weapon wise. I think we're in a good spot. Okay. Very nice. That was good. That was only like 5 hits. Okay. Pine resin. Look at that damage. It's so bad. That damage is so bad. There's worse damage. I've seen worse damage. But that's not good. That poison, though. That poison's doing some work, though. I think this is the way. Yeah. That's good. That's real good. Okay, yeah. Oh, good stagger. Phase 2 already. Looking good. Looking good. Phase 2 is where it gets a little crazy, though. So far, we're doing a perfect run here. She's gonna jump at me here, probably. Oh no, she went for the stab instead. Oh, it did a lot less damage than I thought it would. That's good. It's real good. I have very little armor, so my healing is also very bad. Ooh. Okay, that was her like rampage attack. Got poison though. That's it right there, man. My logic paid off, it looks like. That was a bit of a rough dodge there. I'm sad I got hit though. That phase 1 was such a good phase 1. Oh, okay, we can do that. That's 100% doable. We can absolutely do that. I should have dodged to the left there. Yeah, it's completely doable. Oh, but then we have to fight with Saros. Oh, goodness. We have 3. Oh, hey, we have a Undead Bone Shard and Estus Flask Shard as well. Let's go back and turn those in. I think we're in good shape right now. Again, I think the main stopping point is gonna be. I think we're gonna get stuck pretty good on Soul Cinder. Even if he can be poisoned and all that, he just has a lot of health and does so much damage, and I'm not even that good at fighting him, despite me beating this game like 40 times. I've lost track of how many times I've beaten this game. I just kind of give a rough. Like, yeah, 40 times sounds like a good amount of times. Like, a lot of times. Right. Bone Shard like that. We're at +1. That was totally doable. That's easy. That's easy mode. I am gonna Ember though, because I think that helped. 25% more health while you're in embered form. Oh. I didn't resin like I should have. But that's a bad early roll there. That's okay. Thank you for doing that. That's a big help. This one's not too bad. This one's pretty easy. That's a good time for her to heal when she's doing that grab. at that. So while she's spinning around, she's getting she's taking damage from the poison. That's so good. Rat. I thought she was doing the other one. There's one that she always does. It's a 1, 2, 3, like a triple attack. Burn embers, that's fine. We'll just go without the embers. They really didn't even need the resin very much for this. Get off of that wall here. I need a clean place to circle you here. Okay, good. Getting that. Those legs. Yeah. Just triggering some regen. She didn't do her Dancer's Grace. Oh, there she goes. Oh, that's not where I thought she was. Come on now, walk on her. Nice. There's that 2, 3. That's the one that's pretty easy to dodge there. I got hit there. One, 2, 3. Managing stamina, also important here. It's always a twofer. Oh, okay, got her so good right there. Oh, Dancerous Grace again. Poison didn't do the work there. Slam, slam. Oh! I was gonna kill her there. Whoop! Easy. Poison. OP, man. Alright. Poison spec for the win? Yeah, apparently so. Even makes the broken straight sword not too bad of a weapon. I figured like, okay, if an enemy can be poisoned, right, and we're gonna be fighting them with like no damage, then like even if because we're gonna be fighting for way longer than normal, poisoning them would be a useful thing. Because then, let's see. Oh, hey, we have Rouge water as well. I don't think we need Rouge water. Pale ale, IPA, hazy style, or porter. What do you think I should drink tonight? Go with the IPA. I heard those are very good. I've not personally partaken, but I've heard they're quite good. Classic, nice. Let's see. Yeah, we don't need Rouge water because we're not using FP really, or at all. Just get more radiant life gems. Let's get like 10 more of these, and let's get like, I don't know, 5 of these, and maybe a couple of these. Oh, yeah, that's fine for now. Oh, also, you know what we should do? I just saw in the items there, we can get and buy ourselves an infusing essence. Right? And then we can infuse our shield, right? Infuse our shield. Now, the Sanctus is a very useful shield. That passively restores your HP when it's just while you have been equipped, regardless of whether you actually have the stats to wield it or not. We're not actually blocking with it; we're just using it to heal. So it actually can infuse our Sanctus with the restoration buff. Esu Hatu, you're way better at this than me. Yeah, I've played through this game many times. I think my current playtime, like total playtime on this account at least, is about 879 hours or something. I played through this game a number of times, done a number of challenge runs and build runs. It's a game. It's one of my favorite games of all time. So like, I just know it. I know the game. I have an encyclopedic knowledge of this game, pretty much. Let's see. I think this is worth doing. Yeah. This should give us, I think, 3 more HP per tick, which will be of help to help. But it goes to show that this game, like, you know, it's a hard game, but it's not as hard as people make it out to be. Very much looking forward to the Elden Ring and to all from Software's other sort of RPGs, because I just, this game to me is a perfect fusion of turn-based and action. I just love it. Let's see. So we got the prayer set right here. I'm not sure if we want to use that right now, but I want to just quickly check to see. Let me get shot by an arrow here, and I'll test my HP. Yeah, it's 2 separate ticks, but it's 2 and 3. It looks like. All right, so oh my goodness, here we go. I guess we should go fight with Saros. Ugh. With this. No, it's fine. If we beat Dancer, I'm confident. I think we can do it. So Saros is so cheesy. Where he can just gank you with his instant charge attack. Like, if you have a good shield to block his attacks, it's not too bad. But there we go. There we go. Yep. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. You slithering monkey knights. All right. We want to get the prisoner's chain to replace the mercenary ring. That'll give us 10 more levels worth of, you know, like fake levels, but they're functionally the same thing as getting levels. So we're still not leveling, but it's as if we had leveled. So it'd be a big help to us. So now we're in an area of the game where, oh my gracious goodness! Oh. Ugh! Panic stab! Oh, the poison got him. Nice. This fella was gunning for me, man. Any shard. Let's see. Over here, I think is an ember. Alright, no, this is a chunk, and then the ember's over here. Yep. Let's see. Dravana, welcome. How's it going? How's it going, chat? Going pretty well. Doing a challenge run here in one of my favorite games. Okay. We can just get out of here. Thanks for trying to curse me. This is a run that was requested by Regenerated, and you know, he wanted me to do a soul level 1 run, basically the deprived run in Dark Souls 3, and I decided I would go one step further and also do it with the Broken Straight Sword. Broken Straight Sword is known to be like one of the worst weapons in the game, if not the worst. It doesn't do anything well. It's a bad weapon. Even says in the description, I think it says, right? A weapon with no exceptional qualities. Only a Mad Hollow would choose to fight with this. So it's like a joke weapon. It's not meant to be used for anything useful. But I know the game well enough that I know how to, you know, manipulate things in my favor. And so far, the build's been working out pretty good. Yeah. This, as I mentioned before earlier, I have like a encyclopedic knowledge of this game, so I'm able to make things work where otherwise you wouldn't be able to make them work. So right now we're in a sort of mid-game, I say mid to late game part of the game. Okay, we're gonna fight Oceros now. Oh, you ignorant slaves. I love this line. The delivery is really good here.
You ignorant slaves. Finally taken notice, have you?
Go. Of my invisible child. Alright, so phase 1, I'm not too worried about. It's phase 2 that it's like it's all kinds of crazy. Oh, that's damage is not good, but the poison will help. You know your damage is bad in a Souls game where you don't see like a chunk of yellow going off of their HP bar. Hopefully poison will proc. There we go, nice. Try to stay underneath him here. When he starts to cast the Pestilent Mist spell there, just go and get go after his tail. There's no range on this weapon. It's like super short. Has like the range of a hand-to-hand weapon, but without any of the benefits. There you go, phase 2. This is where the fight gets dumb. This is when he gets starts like rampage and just like instant to dash around. It's really dumb. However, his damage is good. Oh, also he's not doing much damage to me. That's good. Watch the knees. And normally, if you just have there he goes. If you just have a shield, a good shield, you can block. Is like you can just keep your shield, your block up, and just like just keep your defenses up here. But we're not really using. We don't really have the stats to wield most shields. That attack gets people so often that you can get stuck on his face as he tries to bite you. Ooh, up close. This is really good. This is really good. Just no instant charge, please. Yeah. Whoop. Excuse me. Please don't. Oof, it's. Ah! Oh, you charging monster monkey. Alright, just don't. Alright, it's cool. It's fine. Hold it right there. Get out of the way of the knees. Don't knee me in the knees, please. You're dead. You're dead. What's up, Noah? Easy. Easiest game. Dark Souls is a hard game. Make me want to go back and give Dark Souls another go. You mentioned the shield reminds me I should try and parry more than when I do. Depends on the shield. there's always little factors and little things about game design, the way that the game is designed, where you can, you know, you can maximize your, you know, parrying ability if you want to this texture's not loading properly. If you want to, you know, focus on parries, there are shields that are especially designed for parrying and stuff like that. So, what's up, Noah? Sarah's easy. How goes the run? Honestly, pretty well so far. I think we're gonna try for all bosses. I think that this is a mod version of the game, with the Cinders mod. Yeah, I'm at 181 in terms of games hours played. Sorry, 881. Occasionally a crash will happen, not a big deal. The game saves constantly. Dark Souls, all the games do this, so it's not a big loss if a game crashes. But yes, the run's going extremely well, honestly. I think we're gonna do all bosses, and I think we're gonna get stuck pretty hard, but it's gonna be the final boss. Soul Cinder is gonna be a right pain in the patootie. Yeah, we're gonna be like right where we were. Before we warped. There you go. Exactly. Yeah, so my damage will be so bad that I can whittle him away at him, but like the heals. Like if I get unlucky and he chooses just to go into pole arm form, and just like spam heals, it's like, okay, well, GG, I guess, because like I can like last. But I like can't last forever. Right? I'm gonna keep making mistakes, and eventually he's going he's gonna win, right? Honestly, I'm feeling really confident right now. I could probably do Nameless King right now. That's how confident I feel. Like I'm feeling super good. Ouch. I will refrain from doing that right now. Hey, excuse me. I didn't die here, but it's okay if I do. Guess we'll see how it goes. Yep. So my next goal is to defeat Champion Gundyr. DS3 looks so pretty, man. I've only ever seen and played DS1. Dude, DS3 is like... DS1's good, but DS3 is, it looks great. It plays great. I think if you gave the Dark Souls another shot, you might like Dark Souls 3 better. In certain ways. Let's see. So, let's do. We want to go to Champion Gundyr now. Let's do Champion Gundyr. We've been doing really well with some of these bosses that I was hesitant about, but we are no longer Ember, unfortunately. You have a lot of souls. Let us burn some souls here. We're gonna sell some souls to get ourselves up to what, 100k, and then we're gonna spend it with this guy who's a Cinders exclusive. Wait. Oh, that's right. You can't. That's right. You can't buy the permanent essence from him until you have gotten to the kiln of the first flame. That's fine. What else can we buy here? We can buy bright bugs, I guess. I guess we'll just hold on to the stuff for now. Or maybe buy some embers. We could use some embers. Buy like 3 embers. And let's turn the Paladin's Ashes, because we got that from this little in-between area.
Ashen 1.
check out what items we can forge. Anything new? Yeah, we can do the bug pellets. Or we can already do that. Huntsman pendant. Void's talisman and yeah, the dual charm and the undead hunter charm. We can do that. Nothing we really need right now. There. Okay. Let's do. Dude, and Trivana, you know, DS3 looks pretty nice, but the Demon Souls remake for the PS5 is it looks so good. There's some cutscenes in that game that I'm like blow my mind. It's so impressive how amazing that game looks. I'm not usually one for like looking at graphical fidelity, you know, all that kind of stuff, but like some of those cutscenes and it's just gorgeous. Gorgeous. Do we want to use the parry shield? So, okay. Excuse me. Alright. Enemies here two-shot me. I saw Demon Souls, and it's one of the few games I was like, looks next gen, looks awesome. Yeah. So, it genuinely looks like, it's you know, I'm a little biased, obviously, because I love the Souls games, but like it genuinely was like the most amazing looking game to me. It was like it looked truly next gen. Like Miles Morales looked good. The animations on Spider-Man, you know, was good and all this good stuff, right? But like Demon Souls looks legit. Like the particle effects and the sound design in Demon Souls remake is just fantastic. We can use the smaller the shield because it actually has more parry frames than the other shields that can parry. So like, Caduceus round shield can also parry, but it has less parry frames. So it's actually going to be hard to parry with that, even though you can still do it. It's kind of the way all the weapons and armor and shields in the game do different stuff. But you can get by with anything. That's the cool way that the Souls games are designed. All different stats and stuff like that, but it's like, you can get through the whole game with just like a broadsword and just like a beginner player isn't gonna like look at all the different stats and be like, oh man, I don't understand any of this, right? You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. But for those who do like the complicated stuff, it's there for you, you know. Like there was a giant spider coming through a cave or something, like spitting fire in one of the trailers. Yeah, that's armor spider. Yeah. It really does make, because Demon Souls, you know, the bosses are still not, you know, fantastic in terms of their design, in general, but, there's the parry frames there. Demon Souls, you know, came out first, and so to be fair to the game developers and to From Software, that was sort of their first game into sort of the soul. They created a new genre of game, right? And they had like very little budget, and so the original game from 11 years ago really, you can see all of the flaws and all the weird like AI problems and all this. Having a champion gun to your flashback, so much pain. Yeah, well, let's see what we can do here. Nice. That's good damage. Oh. Rufus. Not even sure what attacks you can parry. I guess that one seems pretty parryable. I never actually parry Champion Gundyr, even though it's kind of how most people fight him. Should I try parrying that one? I don't know. How much does I do on our posts? Pretty good on our posts. Phase 2? You can parry this. I know you can parry that. Wait, I thought you could parry Gundyr. I'm a dumb. Oops. Yeah, this is the This is like the cheesy way. If you have a parry, like a parry shield, this is generally how people do him. It's good. Just baiting out those champion charges. There you go. GG, Champion Gundyr! Fucking, I was still on him. He never gave me this much trouble before. Well. Sometimes, you can be... Like, I used to have Solo Cinder down pretty good, and then, like, for some reason I just, like, unlearned him. I have no idea what happened. Let's go to the shrine, and that was a really good Champion Gundyr. I got a little discombobulated there because I don't really parry him very often, but that was actually all right. Ouch. Ouch. Fetch this. And then this man just styles on him naked with a broken straight sword. But the thing is, like, I've played this game so much that I just know. I'm so jazzed. I'm seriously jazzed to, like, play a new From Software Souls game for you guys, as well as I am excited to play it for myself. Honestly, this is what I'm thinking. Even though I'm super jazzed for Elden Ring, like, oh, look at that toggle right there. I'm gonna be like, you're hacking? Well, if hacking is, by hacking you mean like I'm using my brain to remember where things are, and the movesets of things. Then I am definitely hacking. Whoop. He always uses his too much stamina. Whoop. 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 Whoops. No, don't do the twofer. Oh, bleh. Now you better hide. I'm coming back for you. Well, actually, I'm coming back for my souls, but. But yeah, this is how much I want to, like, go on the Elden Ring journey with you guys. I'm super jazzed to see any. All right, he was looking away that time. That time, I'm gonna Ultra Instinct all of these great swords right here. Yeah, I'm super jazzed to see the Elden Ring gameplay. We haven't seen any gameplay yet. The game has been in production for like over like two years now, and we're thinking we're gonna get some Elden Ring gameplay at the Game Awards show, which is on December 10th, right? And I think that's a Thursday. And so I'm thinking I'm gonna actually not watch the if it ends up having an Elden Ring gameplay trailer at the Game Awards show, I'm gonna try to not watch the trailer and actually like watch it for the first time, like on stream. I want to like record my live reactions with all of you people, all of you people, you know, all of you guys. It's gonna be amazing. Oh, I cannot wait. My brain shuts off once I hear the boss music. Full robot muscle memory mode, zero motion till I die. Sounds about right, Noah? For you? Let's see. I don't know. What do I need to do here now? Right. So we just beat Champion Gundyr. Yo, I ain't seen any of it, so I'll totally join. Sounds class. Yeah. Yeah. It's the trailer that they released so far about Elden Ring is like one of those like pre-rendered cutscene trailers where it's like you don't really get anything from it. It's just like here's this really like esoteric cutscene, Elden Ring, you know. Tecma Hue to use Brime. I see. That makes sense. Okay, so this is why we need to get Champion Gundyr downed sooner than usual, is because we wanted the Prisoner's Chain, which increases Vigor, Endurance, and Vit by 5, but it lowers your defense. So, it's, you know, even though we're not leveling in this run, it functionally gives you 15 levels worth of levels. So that's a worthy investment. What else is there anything else we can use here? Like, we can't use any of this stuff because it all requires like stats to use, really. And we're not really gonna be using any other weapon anyway. Frost. Let's just get this just cause we might use it, we might not. Now we can either replace Flynn's ring with the Prisoner's Chain, or we can replace the Mercenary ring with the Prisoner's Chain. They need to play Cinders. Those weapons and accessories look fun. They are super fun. There's so much more content added in Cinders. I love it. The thing is, as people say Souls is notoriously hard, what would you say is the hardest game you've ever played? Hardest game I've ever played. I tend not to play too many hard games. Like, you know, there's games that are known to be notoriously hard, right? Like, they're designed to be hard. I Want to Be the Guy. I Want to Be the Boshi. Jump King. Getting Over It. These kinds of games. Cat Mario. But I guess the hardest game I've ever really played is like Sekiro, maybe. That's pretty hard, I'd say. Definitely not out of my comfort zone in terms of, you know, the way you're kind of meant to play the game. But like, XCOM was pretty hard. I forgot that even existed. That's the music that played constantly in Cat Mario. I think honestly, the poison's doing so much work. I think we actually want to forego because again, the damage that we're getting from Flynn's ring is a percentage, because our damage is so bad, like to begin with, because it's a percentage boost. Not really that worth it. I think we want to do is replace Flynn's ring and get that extra survivability. Totally not playing it right now. What are we talking about? Don't be stupid. Don't be such a dumbo. Okay. Well, at this point, we can I mean, like, outside of upgrading our weapon to like a higher level and stuff, we can pretty much just like, our build is pretty much done. We could probably wear heavier armor because we have more vitality because from the Prisoner's Chain. So, pretty much just do all the bosses now. So, let's start with... Hello, Thoughtful Neanderthal. Welcome back. How you doing tonight? We're doing a challenge run that so far hasn't been quite that challenging. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about Soul Cinder. We're definitely gonna do all bosses at this point. I was wondering, like, are we gonna do all bosses, or are we gonna just do the main, like, get to the end of the game? I think this is an all boss run at this point, because like having beaten Champion Gundyr as easily as we have, I think this is gonna work. Okay, we're gonna stay right here. We camp out right here. Wait for him to come over. Come on over. Oh my goodness gracious. There you go. That's good. That's good damage. This is a beginning. This is a starter area, starter level boss, beginner level boss. So this is not a problem. There you go. Oh, sorry, forgot to taunt. How's chat doing? Noah, Trivana. Anyone playing anything right now? I was like the new Call of Duty is out. What else has come out recently? Miles Morales goes out obviously with PS5. The Demon's Souls remake. How's everyone? Did anyone get a PS5? I'm holding off on PS5s. I don't need one right now. Demon's Souls remake is cool. But I've already played Demon's Souls, and it's like, you know, it's not really one of my favorite like Souls games anyway to begin with. So the remake is really cool though. Blue Point was on point. With that remake, very impressed by their work. They worked on their other big project that they worked on was the Shadow Colossus remake. And apparently that was very well received as well. So apparently Blue Point is they're really good at remakes. Yeah, I'm probably waiting as well. Probably go for it in like a year or two. Yeah, like I'll wait for like the next little while. I'm not in any rush really. I'm mostly a PC player anyway. I'm really out there getting flexed on by a naked man with a toothpick and a sweatband. Toothpick and a sweatband. Flexed on by naked. Trying to guess what that could be. I mean, assuming you're playing Dark Souls 3, it sounds like you're fighting Hazel. Shadow Colossus, I really wanted to get love and was so excited to play it, but it just made me sad and couldn't get into it. Well, that's good. That in a way, it's kind of what the game's intending, right? Is to make you feel a little bit sad. So I guess well done. And get out of there. And you're out of there. It's a home run. Up goes the weasel. Shadow Colossus is my favorite game ever. Really? I mean, I heard it's ouchies. Like, I've never played it myself. I've listened to some of the music. I've seen parts of it played. It was never a game that really caught my eye. But I think there's a lot to appreciate about it just from what I saw of it. It's a spectacle visually. And the idea of it, the concept, is very appealing, I would say. Oh, I see you're talking about me. Yeah, half naked with a broken straight sword. That's me. Ah! Like, why am I here killing peaceful boys? I mean, I know why, but... Hey, where'd you go? Oh. This is not a great song. I love the soundtrack in Dark Souls 3. This is not one of the good songs of the game. It's very just like Grabarino. Holy smokes, that does a lot of damage. Ouch. Just listen to the soundtrack of the game every 1 or 2 months. Really? I'm that way about this game. And also Bloodborne. Can you get your sacks over here? No! Try and grab again. Greed. Looks sick. The floor just fell apart. Why am I behind on this? Gotta check out the PS Store because I swear DS3 is on sale. Go for it, man. I mean, at least it fits the fight. Ugly dude, ugly song. I mean, you're not wrong. I just think it would be cool if the music didn't sound like. All right. Let's see. So we've got kind of cut up all the bosses here. We can go to Baron Key. We beat Crystal Sage. We can go. Let's go do Deacons of the Deep. Like, so we're going to go from, you know, that song to the Deacons of the Deep song, and it's so good. I love it. I love me some choir and other kind of choral arrangements, and some like classical like orchestral stuff mixed in as well. It's super good. Okay. Well, that guy just infested me. So see how that bar is going up there? I'm going to pop once that bar goes all the way to the right side. And I will take a chunk of damage because there are bugs on me. There are maggots on me right now. And little mechanic note here. It's pretty well known for most people, to most like players. But if you have like a torch with you, you actually equip the torch and it actually burns. It automatically will burn the maggots off of your body, so you will not be like constantly be like getting bled by them. Speaking of next gen, hey, excuse me. I'll take this, thank you. Yep, that's good. Yeah, oh, you got me there. You got me there. Speaking of next gen, do you like Final Fantasy? Because Final Fantasy 16 got me hyped. I do like Final Fantasy quite a bit, actually, Trivana. I've done a number of challenge runs for them as well, actually. Some of my favorites: 6, 7, 10. I like 5. Anything with a job system, give me that job system, man. Oh, like it's so delicious. So I'm hoping for. I'm hopeful for 16. What makes me super hopeful for 16 is my man Yoshi P working on it, and that makes me super hyped because even though I'm not a huge fan of Final Fantasy 14, honestly, because you know I'm just not a huge fan of MMOs in general. He knows how to make people how to please people. You know, he knows what people want, what the fans want, right? And I respect that. There you go. So we will see. What's that? That dude definitely wasn't in vanilla. What dude? Oh, the big dude by the yeah. He's not in vanilla. He's like a little mini boss. Get out of here, Big Mon. Yeah, Big Mon. Ouch. Ouches. Off that life gem. Don't. Running for it. Oh, okay. You're gonna go flying for Also excited for, especially excited because the combat designer is the same guy who did DMC5. I thought, really, I thought the guy who was doing the combat was also worked on 14, but did you do Pontiff? Not yet. I will get to him shortly. Excuse me. Mind your business. Mind your business. Grave Warden. No, don't. All right, well, I guess you're gonna die now. Death by 1,000 broken straight sword cuts. We're gonna get these shortcuts. I think it'd probably be better to get these shortcuts. Yes, my guy Pontiff lives another day. Not for long. Not for long. Not when I'm done with him. That hedgehog. Alright, we get Estus Shard up on the roof. Not on the roof, but... Yeah, I just... The blue point really... You think he'll be a challenge? Yeah, possibly. He'll be one of the possibly a harder of the bosses. But yeah, Blue Point I think nailed like the kind of community that Dark Souls fans are. So what happened? This was such a cool thing. And it's such a Dark Souls thing to put in the game. We said all bosses, right? Yeah, we're gonna try for all bosses. And see how we do. So we're gonna do Friede. We're gonna do Friede. And we're gonna do Gale and all that. Oh man, Half-Light is gonna be such a pain. Oh, I hate Half-Light. How long is Madeira going to take? Let's see. Assuming I level all the way, maybe like 8 minutes, I'd say. It's just a rough estimate, but I would say probably about that time, that long. Does he have a girthy HP bar? The girthiest. Probably the most HP of any creature in the game. Okay. Gotta watch like your camera around that corner because the camera will glitch out and you can easily fall. So be very like intentional around that corner. There's certain places in the game where the camera will just like flip out and it's just I don't know, it's just the way it's programmed or something. Whoop. Why am I going this way? I don't remember, but we might as well just keep going now. Big old chonk. Yeah, he's a chonker. He's a big chonker. Yeah, with lasers. But he's alright. He's actually not too bad. Excuse me. Whoop. Whoop. Don't mind me as you shoot things. He's like he likes lasers. Well, no, actually, you know what it is, I think? I'm not really 100% sure about this, but people generally assume that Madeira's laser is kind of a reference to Godzilla, because one sort of iteration of Godzilla, I forget, it was like some kind of like souped up like hyper evolution, like Super Saiyan Godzilla type thing, right? But his atomic breath is like fire, but he can like change it to be a laser, and so that's like very similar design, right? So people think it's a reference to Godzilla. mean, it's not actually a reference to Godzilla directly, but it's indirect. So yeah, we came back here. We can go. Yeah, we can go up to the Deacons now. Deacons is actually kind of an interesting fight. If you have very low damage, like pathetically low damage, like with your bare fists, it's actually kind of a cool fight. There's a lot going on mechanically that most players would not even notice. That's pretty cool. Have you seen that? Yeah. I think there's gifs and stuff of it on YouTube and stuff. You don't need anything here, I don't think. We have the armor set, the Drang armor set here. There's the Drang hammers to the left, underneath the staircase. You don't need it with anything that he drops. There's gonna be an invasion right here. You need to worry about him. There we go. Okay, so we went from the song to this. I want you to listen to this music. Like, hang on a second. Hang on. So good. I love this. Yes, good damage. Okay. Around here. Chase me. I'm alert. I'll possibly be back. If not, good luck with the run, compadre. Thank you, man. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. I'm trying to look for those backstabs. Trying to isolate him a little bit here. Okay. Damage. Oh my goodness, the damage though. Oof. Oof. You know what we should, if we end up having to dying here, we can always use trying to get over here now. We can always use some luring skulls. Okay, phase 2's coming. Phase 2 music. This fight's so fun with like a big, burly like cleaving weapon. So you just cleave all of the zombies. This is fun. Ugh. I win. My win. Who would win? That's a good song. Dozens of skeleton demons or one knife boy. That's right. I mean, hey, after all, I am a knife guy. Ooh. Well, that guy there, the main guy with the Pope hat, he was like the archdeacon, and so once you kill him, he's the true boss, and so when you kill him, everyone else dies. He's the guy who was actually like summoning all of his minions, right? And so once you kill him, they all die. Masking a chest I've ever seen. Yeah. There's a lot of fun fights in this game. I really enjoy fighting a lot of the bosses. There's maybe like one or two bosses that are like, that's not very fun. Let's see, reinforce. Need 4 more large titanite shards. But yeah, if you have like a nice cleaving weapon, you just go, you just tear through them. It's like really satisfying. It's like mowing through zombies and stuff. You can like 2-shot them, and you're just like, especially if you have a weapon that like kind of like moves you around the field while also doing damage. It's super fun. Okay, awesome. So that means for our next encounter is gonna be Abyss Watchers. What else do we want to do here? Do we want to do anything else while we're here? Not sell. Yeah, we're okay. Just keep going, even though we have a lot of souls. As a new player, and a very important rule is never go off exploring with too many souls in your inventory. You know, like carrying on your person. Always make sure you sell as much as you can, like use as much as you can, like by leveling, upgrading, buying things. Because when you have no souls up with you, unlike me, you can't really see it. Hang on a second. I wonder if I can. Is it better if I'm like right here, like that? Yeah, so I have like 140,000. And that's quite a bit to be carrying around with you. But, yeah, it's fine. Souls, like, losing souls does suck. You know, if you die twice. I don't mean to flex, but I wonder if this is as tough, in your opinion, as I was told. Well, actually, I didn't really know how hard this would be. Oh, when I was first playing DS1, my friend. The Dark Souls games are known for being difficult. But what the heck? What are you doing? What's that Dark Wraith doing? Alright, well, whatever. Oh, your friend trolled you then. Your friend told you to go to the graveyard. Yeah, you're not supposed to go. Woo. Yeah, you're not supposed to go to the graveyard first. You're meant to go to the Undeadburg. But I was like chill and got through it, killed the skeletons, and he was like, "How did you not die?" What? Dude, that's pretty impressive. Like, the skeletons have very high damage resistance, and so not dying to the skeletons is pretty good. Like, at that stage in the game when you first get to the Firelink Shrine, like, you're generally gonna have like using a broadsword or something, right? And like skeletons are resistant to slashing damage, and so you're gonna be doing a pittance of damage. No, it's the games they're kind of marketed and branded as being like these like impossible games similar to I Want to Be the Guy or Getting Over It, right? Like they are like games that are difficult for the sake of being difficult, but really they're not. And Miyazaki kind of says the same thing. When he made Dark Souls 1 and Demon Souls, like people were like he was being interviewed, right? And he was like, they were interviewing him, and they were saying like, so people, you know, this game is really hard. Like people are wondering like, why did you make it so hard and all that stuff? And he was like, I didn't design the game to be difficult. I designed the game to be fun and like rewarding to play and stuff. It's like, whether if you find it difficult, that's you know, that's fine, you know. But once you know the game's mechanics, it's not actually that difficult. It just requires a little bit of practice and a little bit of trial and error at times too. Rufus. Come on, Red Eye Boy. There he is. Damage is not good. What are we doing over here? Oof. Nice. Thank you for that assist. Honestly, I was just dodging all the time. I feel like Witcher 3 prepared me for it. The method to the madness, exactly, yeah. It's not this, like, impossible game, not really. Now, this fight's actually going a lot worse than I thought it would, honestly. My experience is mostly hard in that it doesn't hold your hand. I think I'm having a hard time with is like usually you can like stagger him to death, but you can't do that with this weapon, so I'm getting hit a lot more. Doesn't hold your hand, but that's not that the game itself is intrinsically hard because it's up to you to learn and adapt. Right? Exactly. Yeah. Oh, missed backstab there. Sneak in. Getting a good hit here. Get backstab. Not. Ooch. Uchi Katana. Just right in front of me watching these plays. Yeah, wait till you get to phase 2. I know how to like phase. I'm gonna spin here. Yeah. But normally, if you have a good like a good strong enough weapon, you can stagger him like repeatedly, and you know damage is also good, so you can Phase 2 is pretty simple, so once you get to that, I think phase 2 actually, in a way, is easier because you have less to deal with. Don't attack me, Red Man. Come on, Red Eye Man, you're my helper. Don't. Nice. Well, he walked right into that one. Oh, sorry, I accidentally killed my helper. No. That's nice. And boop. All right, so that was a pretty messy first phase. Let's see what we can do here. All right. Oh, he's still poisoned, which is nice. So he's got a really easy punishable move. That's not it. That's the one right there. That front flip. And we get like run around him and get an attack, a backstab. Yeah, you don't even have to like. You don't even need to like run around him. You just walk around at him to your left. This is doing it. We're doing all right. We're doing pretty good damage considering it's a broken straight sword. I missed my roll there. So I like to just keep backing up here. You didn't do the follow-up. Let's just keep backing up here, and you can roll to the right here and get him in the back. Yeah, I should have rolled to the right there. Spin, front flip. This is a lot of Dark Souls fights are like this too, where you know really safe attacks to go in on, and so you can punish the ones that you know you can punish. Where are you going? The damage is pretty bad for this fight, though. That's good. Slayer. Spin, front flip. See, like he won't do the follow-up. He won't do the follow-up spin unless you're close enough. It's a really cool animation. Yeah, this guy's is super cool. I love most of these designs and stuff. This watch is just super cool. Spin. No, he didn't do the follow-up. Spin, front flip. But in phase 1 he doesn't do that. He doesn't do the follow-up front flip. But phase 2 he does at the end of that. Hold it right there. You did the same thing. You did the same thing twice, friend. You can't do that. Oops, missed my attack there. This is a safer strategy than I find than going in like a little more aggressively than you could. I had to learn how to do this during my no healing run. This fight is very difficult for a lot of new players. Because like, you don't know how to fight him, right? And you're like, man, this is nuts. Like, just like spinning and then attacking like relentlessly. Spin. Nope, no follow up that time. Could you imagine no healing run? Yeah, you gotta like find all the safe places to attack and not take any risks. Boop. That was messier than I wanted it to be, but oh well. Adios, muchachos. Muchachos, because they're bis watchers. 200k souls. Okay. Let's see. Now, let's go do... Well, we're in the catacombs now. So we can probably go do Wolnir, the next boss. In terms of like the technical, like normal order, Wolnir is the next boss. So we should probably just do that in order, I suppose. Yeah, we're like you guys kind of break the sequence a little bit. So, ouch. Catacombs, skeletons everywhere. We're just gonna run through this area. There's plenty of useful items for various builds here, but not for us. Run on through to the other side. Goose. Let's see. Contents we got. Ow. There's a lot to keep track of for if a new player. Hate to leave it, man, but it's really late here. I need to go to bed. Best of luck with the rest of the stream. I hope to catch you soon, bro. Much love to you, Trivana. Thank you very much for coming. Appreciate you coming and spending your time with me. Take care of yourself. Have a good good rest of your night, man. Now, let's go ahead and do that. Get another invasion here. And let's flag the bonfire while we're at it. Yeah. Isn't there an item here now? Yeah, here it is. It's just an ember, right? Yeah. Free ember, though. It's got hooves, you know. 7 embers. Can I cheese Tomb Raider Dyphon off of this? I don't know if I can because I'll get shot. I think. Yeah. Not gonna work. And even then, he'll survive the fall because there's a ledge below us. Oh, nice. Holy cowza. Just Oh. Tearing through him. Rip and tear. Nice. So apparently, Pastor Houston posted on Twitter and said apparently he got as close as he ever got to rage quitting. Speaking of rip and tear, so he ever got to rage quitting on playing the DLC for Doom. Not much for Doom myself, so I never played it, but apparently it's difficult. Okay, I'm just gonna go. Zoom. Over here. There's 3 of these worms. Oh my goodness. That regen saved me there. There's 3 of these Carthus sandworms here. Now. This one moved. He moved a little bit. The modder used to be the safe spot, so it was over there. Now it's over here. Titanite scale. A clam and jam. Let's see. Where's this the spot like where you guys can be a pain to kill like, normally? So like if you can just find a spot to have them get shot at. That works fine. Right here work? Oh yeah, that one seemed to hit him. Trying to line up the ballista with sandworm here. There's the HP bar. We want to kill this worm because he drops smoldering rubble, which is a key item. Opens a path to the bonfire. There it is. This one actually drops the undead bone shard like in vanilla. This one though, I'm not really sure where to stand here. Right there work? Can't see his HP. Oof. Face one way, or I don't know how this thing fights. I'm gonna die from poison, looks like. Wait, not quite. There we go. Nice. Oof, what a noisy place. What a noisy, noisy contraption. Turn it off. Over here. Okay. Well, yeah. Usually you don't get stuck like that. Right there. Oh, interesting. You end up right back here, eh? That's convenient. Oh, it's so nice to silence again. Where are my souls? Be right where I was. Even further back than that. Oh, fire bombs. On fire here. And cinders. Abandoned tomb. I'd like to get those souls back if I can. Wasn't a small amount there. Actually, there's a lot of large titanite shards here. I should probably pick up like 4 of them and then upgrade. But I can go to the castle and get chunks. That's a good idea. Like, there's one right here. There's like one there, one here, one there, one over here. Like, there's a bunch. Yep. Oh, those are crab roots. This one is also a large titanite shard. Oh. There's one more somewhere here. Oh, the charcoal pine resin. Let's see, where's the here we go. Where are my souls? They get eaten? At the warp? It's possible. Nothing. There's no. I don't see any blood stain there. Well, rats. Well, that's fine. We'll get more souls. We can always get more. It is definitely, you know, it's a loss whenever you lose your souls, but you can always get more. Not the end of the world. Okay. Let's run across here. No. Let's greater stuff here. We can sell this. Of course. I only have 2 chunks. Need another 10 for +7 and 8. +8 and +9. Now we're at 185. Okay. Now. Whoop. Ultra Instinct. Those arrows. Windfang. Great shield. It's great. And a shield. Reference. It's a Dark Souls. Or Demon Souls reference. So the character. I guess his name's like Bjor the Twin Fang. Here's this way that normally in vanilla uses just open, but here it's the modder put a wall here that is destroyed by using the smoldering rubble. It's a little janky looking, but can be, and it can also be a little bit inconvenient to get it. While we're here, and also while we're not human, or not embered, I should say. Run and get some items. Here, for this build, we don't want to worry about the Band of Flame, or the Ring of Respite, or the Black Knight Sword, which is in that room there, behind this hidden wall, this fake wall. Pyromancy Flames in here. This is the Ring of Spite right here. No, that's the Band of Flame rather. This is bundles. Not very useful. Yeah, it's straight and then left. And that's the Ring of Spite, and then there's a fake wall there, illusory wall. Sneaking past all the things. I say sneaking, more like just the reckless abandon, running to nearly avoid everything. See now, this is a bone shard, I think. Come on, controller. Yep. Right, and the bone shard is good. It's more heals. I think I do a pretty good impression of these of the Gru. If I do say so myself. All right. Give this a shot. Oof. Double oof. You play that attack so often. That the one where you breathe the fire on the ground like that. More stam. Take your combustion out of here. Woo! That was coming. Like, it's so annoying if you're getting stuck on. Like, you can get stuck on his hands very easily on that attack. Here we go. Nice. Free Ember. With every purchase. The purchase of an old Demon King getting wrecked. Okay. Wolnir. Alright, starting with the left hand. Well, let's start with the right a little bit because that's closer to me. But I wait to do the left hand, or his right hand first. It's harder to hit generally. It's just like further back a lot of times. It's further into the mist. Not having to worry about hitting that one when there's in phase 2 and there's like more skeletons and stuff. That one, his left hand is always way out here. Much easier target. This last bracelet is always so stubborn. Always so stubborn. Nope, give me that hand. for that perfect run there. Oh boy, this is like the worst thing he does, man. Like going into phase 2, like him using that attack while like you're trying to break that last bracelet is the worst. Because he'll summon a bunch of like Karthus swordsmen and like more advanced skeletons that are a lot harder to kill, and they're a lot more troublesome. All right, nice. There's that. Moving on, solidly, you know, in the mid game at this point. Javon, I was talking about like how pretty the game is. This is probably the prettiest sight in the entire game. Like this is, I love this. This is a visual treat. I can't wait for Elden Ring. All the things that we're gonna be. I'm gonna take that game so slow. I'm gonna be like stopping all the time to look at all the things. I really want to take it all in. It's so good. Oops. I suppose. Oh. I'm pretty. You are. I'm pretty. You are. Yes, but this is kind of like the From Software sort of this design, like world design in a nutshell, where it's like there's a lot of pretty things, like mixed in is like a lot of horrific elements as well. And I think that's very, in terms of aesthetic style, I think it makes a lot of sense. You know, it's kind of like, it's like life, right? Not everything's bleak all the time, but also not everything is always picturesque, right? There's always, it's like life, it's like art imitating life kind of thing, where it's like this is like there's beauty in the world, but also there can be lots of like bad things too. Like if you go over here and a dog appears behind you. Oh, I thought. That's not where I thought that attack was going. It's kind of like it's kind of a neat little ambush there, because you know you're gonna be like kind of like surprised at how pretty it is, and you'd be like, oh man, this is so nice. I'm gonna just take my time, like taking in all of the beauty here, and behind you hear the roar, and you're like, what the, oh, and then he like attacks you and stuff. So those little moments come. Solid damage. Isn't that nice? Which has more damage than I thought that was gonna do. Of course, you can just cheese the. And he like disappears. You walk over here. Comes back. So he does not roar. You can just, yeah, you can cheese him like this. When behind you can. So this is something that From Software has been practicing at since Dark Souls 1, where you can like see where you've been and where you're going. Right. So over here is like, right here is like all of is the central like downtown Irithyll. Over there is Anorlando. And down over there, right there, is the Distant Manor, where now if you go down the stairs in Distant Manor, you go down further, that building right there, like right in the middle of the screen, right there, is the Irithyll Dungeon. And then, like over here, that's the Lothric Castle. And then right there, up there, is Cathedral of the Deep. Let's see, and of course the Catacombs was right there. This building right in front, like, in the foreground, was where we fought the Abyss Watchers. Like it's all mapped out, really in a really cool way. You can almost always like look around you and see where you've been and where you're going, and kind of like it makes you kind of excited to explore and stuff. It's like very once you've played through the game a couple times, generally you kind of like stop. You stop stopping to smell the roses, and you just run from boss to boss, But it's actually a very cool, interconnected kind of world, So just little fragments. I don't need any of those. Probably good to just run the next bonfire. I think we can do that without dying. I suppose, yeah, it's you can like go onto like there's this website called ArtStation. It's where like a lot of like really like highly trained like professional artists and stuff go and get like they have their portfolios there, and a lot of the art style and the artists that they get the From Software gets for their games comes from ArtStation, and a lot of their concept art is really, really beautiful. Matsi Vidya, who's a Souls game, sort of like a Souls, the Souls games. He has videos related to the Souls games, and he did like a contest where you got just a bunch of people together, like, hey, make this this new world. Here's the concept, and like have at it, right? And the stuff that people submitted was just so amazing. Like I mentioned on my Hangout stream on last Saturday, like 2 Saturdays ago. I just love beautiful art and animation and stuff. I guess just beautiful, just mediums in general, right? Like it can be art, it can be animation, it can be music, right? It's just like there's so much beauty that people can create. I'm always like amazed by people's ability to like to take ideas that are in their head and put it down on paper, like how do you even, or like canvas or whatever, how do you even begin to do that? It just seems so, it's such a magical ability to me. So get out of the way. Or like the same thing can apply to like music, right? Like how you can have a song, like kind of like a melody or something in your head, and you put it down in the idea of like transferring your thoughts into the real world, kind of thing. It's just kind of, it's cool, You take these notes, and you take these paints and these raw materials, and you like shape them, and you create with them. And that creation can be like something super just like amazing, cool looking. All right, it's a distant mirror bonfire. Like, yeah, you did the whole game. Oh look, That's the bridge that we were just on when we fought the weird dog thing. Right there. Yeah, Lethal Dungeon's over there. Yeah, it's so cool. I suppose it's, you know, it's kind of similar to how open world games work, right? Where you see landmarks and on the horizon, right? I mean that is if you're not playing like like you know, checklist mode, right? But rather if you're trying to like organically explore the world, like Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild did that so well. Where you felt like you had this organic experience where you kind of went, you just kind of explored, and you're like, well, that over there looks pretty cool. I want to go over there and see what that's about, right? And so doing, you found more stuff, and you're like, man, you're constantly like led along, you know, like by breadcrumbs, to see all of the neat things. Oh, not 2 hits. Okay, so it's 2 hits and a little bit of poison damage there. Oh, Super Shadow, thank you for the lurk. Oh. Please, doggos. I thought Breath of the Wild leans into a lot of checklist mode. I don't know, maybe. I think we compared Breath of the Wild to games like a Ubisoft game, right? Where like they really like Assassin's Creed, where like they really do lean in on like checklists and things. Breath of the Wild did have that a little bit, but like nowhere near as much as that as Assassin's Creed or like something like that, I think. Why not? Oh, it's for this door. Or for the elevator, rather. There we go. We have a shortcut, so if we die. Dog alley's the worst. Gotta avoid that. We're gonna avoid that, bro. Okay, we're at Pontiff. And the shortcut, get ourselves out to the bonfire. We can stock up again on Estus flask shards. I mean Estus flasks. And we have 3 undead bone shards. We should probably turn those in as well. Give enough for full heals, probably. Undead bone shards will increase the potency of our Estus flask, so we can, you know, each sip heal us for more. We definitely want to do. Get a +5 here. Okay. More chunkus. Where's go? Gotcha, Bjorska. In one hand that now. 5. Let's see what we can do here. Whoops. Okay. Okay. It's closer to a full heal. Oh. Top off with the Sanctus. Okay. Pontiff SL1. Should I use my parry shield here? I don't know what parries. I don't know what to parry. I know that you can parry the initial attack like I just did, but I don't know what else you can parry. I'm assuming like all the, not all, but maybe most of the flame sword attacks. Maybe this isn't the best time to be testing out, to be like checking to see what parries what and stuff. Maybe when I'm not a soul level 1 with a broken straight sword, maybe that's when I should test out parryable attacks. Okay. Up, yeah. Good roll there. You might need a resin here. This is okay, because the fight starts with him way in the distance, so we can actually use a resin as we before we approach him. Again, my concern is the amount of damage that I'm going to be taking in the later parts of the game here. Yeah, I mean, really got an extra stamina with Pontiff. Ugh. What a waste. The early roll there. Doesn't seem to get poisoned. I mean, the poison. I think he did get poisoned there, but it didn't seem to last that long. Other fights though, where poison lasts like almost the whole fight. I think applying that resin really did help. interesting that you can stack the resin and the while also being infused. Whoops. Ugh. Well, hopefully I don't need that last Estus. Yeah, there was the poison. Follow-up, yeah. Oh. Interesting, I expect that to happen. Rufus. Hoping he would not do that. Yeah. Ugh. That's pretty chaotic right there. Maybe you wanna, maybe we can try going long and then baiting him out his like charge attacks, like when he goes into the air and then charges forward, like and down. Wonder if the Sanctus is worth it in this fight. Phew. Yeah. Nope. Nope. I think going with his left is the best way to do it, or my left, his right. Let's see. 7 plus 7. I can get the Dragon Taser's Ashes. Get to plus 9. Broken Straight Sword here. I don't know, maybe we should try this. We'll try the parry shield again. I was hoping to like Poisonous Shade during the last phase 2 attempt. Opening, I mean, yeah, that opening hand there with the parry is definitely good there. I think maybe we'll go with the parry shield here. You can also use the buckler as well. I think it also has more parry frames. Put a lot of HP up. We can get like better armor if we need to do that. Like more of HP on our armor. Okay, so yeah, you can parry that. Okay. Okay, so I'm hoping the shade will die from the poison. In the meantime, I'm gonna go along and try to bait out. There's one attack that I want him to do. Okay, he charges at me, and I can like roll through him like that. There you go. There's some iframes there. Back off there. Do that. Still poisoned. That's weird. Even though like he died, his shade is still poisoned. Interesting. Maybe apply another regen effect here. Regen buff. Yeah, do that. Nice. That attack looks like that parry looks like the hardest thing in the world to do. It's actually super easy because of the way the timing works on it. Like it looks super swag to like you roll through the first attack and then out of the roll you parry him. Like it looks super impressive, but it's actually really easy to do. Yeah, that was definitely the way to handle that. Got two swings is already, ouch, already poisoned. I love how this guy is just silent. He has this silence on like permanently. Not silence. He has a sneak on permanently, so like attacks are all quiet. Okay. What the fuck is going on? Let's see. We're heading over to Aldrich. Oh, yes. We're going to get the Sun Princess ring. And, ouch. Holy cow, that damage. It's not much of a shortcut, but I guess we could get it. Also, I think there's Estus Flock shard in here, isn't there? Now, in Cinders. I think the mimic has it. This is not a mimic. It's on the other side. I never parry Pontiff. Not usually. So like what you saw there was me like being like, okay, time for me to remember how to parry Pontiff, I guess. Oof, close. Left. Nothing there. And there's a weird shortcut right here. Like, doesn't really do that much. Doesn't really save that much time. But let's get it because we ran out of heals, and I kind of want to kill a pursuer here to get the bonfire. I'm not super confident right now. My current loadout. Poison will get him. Now we got another deacon coming in. Another deacon of the deep. You mind? I'm trying to have a duel over here. Ah! That's the best attack to punish right there, the charge attack. Yeah, punishing him, like when he swings once and then he puts up his shield, that's not, he tends to not care about you doing that. Oh, stamina damage. Yeah, like no stamina. The thing about the pursuer he tends to do is he tends to use up a lot of his stamina, and then he kind of like breaks he can break his guard pretty easily. So right now I'm in quite the pickle. There you go. Poisoned. Oh. He just swung twice there. Would have killed me. Yep. I try to go in there. Nice. Are you halfway in game yet? Yeah, I'd say I'm about halfway. At least the base game. I'll rush the DLCs. And, yeah. Let's see, so you got bonfires there. I'm gonna get access to I got access to the. Oh gosh, my thumb kind of went in a weird direction. I thought I may roll off the ledge there. Yeah, so I'd say I'm about like halfway. There's a few more areas to get through. DLC adds a good chunk of content to the game, so we have a number of areas left to go still. But I am, for the most part, we mostly got our build together, so I'm mostly just running through the areas and getting to the bosses. Here comes the voodoo. All told, the run's going extremely well. Most level 1 runs, especially with a broken straight sword, are like especially brutal. It's bad. It's a weapon that's like kind of like it's designed to be bad. It's intentionally like a weapon that you use when you're having no good weapons left. It's sort of like when you have no other choice, you use the broken straight sword kind of thing. So, but I know the game's mechanics well enough where I'm able to could have manipulate stats and different items and different equipment so that I can make it not as bad, though it is still bad. Of course, so level 1, SL1 in the title means I can't level at all, which makes for pretty crazy time. So my stats are all at their minimum, but that kind of goes to show kind of the way the game is designed. Everything you do to make your character better does help your character survive better and stuff, but ultimately you don't need to do any of it, which is really cool, I think. Excuse me. I think this is chunks. Oh no, never mind. Visiting crystal. Let me open the shortcut, just in case we die. Oh, get out of here, cursed beast. A cursed beast. How about you? Oop. Okay, here we go. This one should be okay. This fight should be okay, I think. As long as he doesn't heal too much, like he doesn't like heal off of me too much. He chooses not to use life hunt scythe too much. Really? Teleport immediately? Oh. Damn, this is not good. Not poison still. Stuck on the pillar there. So he can't give me poison, that's good. He just resists it. His damage is really bad. Oh man. Okay. Okay, should be another. What I want to do is I want to potentially stand in front of him before he starts to attack, so he can actually retaliate on me and not teleport immediately. Okay. He should probably go into phase 2 now. Yeah. Don't want that. Don't like that. Don't do that. Rufus. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. And in front of him, the bait out an attack. Oh no! I was using Life on Scythe. So if he uses that like scythe, like white scythe ability, he'll hit me with it. And like if he hits me with it, then he'll heal at that move right there. Boom, boom. If he hits me with it, he drains health from me, which is the worst attack he has. Especially in fights where you do very little damage like this. Okay, nice. Good. This is, yeah, I think we may have this one. We're close. Haha, easy. First try. Oh, I forgot to. I forgot to. The emote. First prize! First prize! First prize! Why do you keep saying that? Just to mess with you. So, do we want to put on the Princess Ring? We lose 5 vigor. Which would bring our HP down to 1182. Let's go for it. Let's try. Let's try it for a bit. The regen from the Sanctus, that should give us a total of 12 HP a second, or HP per tick. Let's see. Do we have anything else here? We have a shard. I think we're good to go on to the next boss fight, which is Yorm. We'll run into the Profane Capital. Whoops, wrong way. See how fast the regen is here. I'm gonna fall, take some damage here. That's pretty good. That's good damage, or that's a good HP regen. It's not, you know, a full HP regen build though. If I did that, regen can get pretty legit in this game. It's pretty nice. Again, during longer fights, right? Sometimes the regen can be a lifesaver. So when exploring areas, generation builds. Pretty solid. I'm past it. I'm past it all. Oh, that's right. That's right. There's a jump scare guy there. Not gonna use it. Whoop. Excellent. Look at all of that. Look at all of that backstab iframes. Beautiful. That. And we're fast tracking our way over here. Skipping a whole lot of stuff we don't really need to worry about. Probably should fight some of these rats. So long. Poison's pretty fun. I haven't actually done like a full-on poison build, but I think it's pretty fun. Probably thinking about doing one. Different ways to play games, right? That's what RPGs are about. Look at the bonfire just in case. I mean, I don't think I really need it, but not the bonfire, the shortcut. So long, de Bowser. So long. Whoop. What is this? A band of band of magic is in the chest, I think. There you go. Open that up. Yeah, this is a band of magic and crimson water. Yep. Actually, let's back up. So draconic fire, yeah. That's right. I really should do a Monster Knight build. Still haven't done one yet in Dark Souls 3. So many I haven't done still, despite me playing so many times. So many things I haven't played with yet. It's amazing how much content is in this game. In terms of like different play styles and stuff. Okay, there's a lot of rats right here, and the camera is not like the rats. It messes up the FOV, kinda. They stop right there though. I think that's their leash point is right there. Pursuer re-invades here. We know how to deal with him. Bait out all the attacks. Yeah. Oh, I thought we would put a shield up there. Shield up. It's going about 350k. I think maybe 400k. What is? I'm assuming you mean my soul count on the bottom right. Well, you gotta put your shield down sometimes, Pursuer. Otherwise, you run out of stamina. Whoop. Facing. Woo! Nice. nice. A very nice touch. Bonfire. Bonfire! Oh, oops, wrong chat. No worries. You get caught up in the bonfire.
What?
Well met.
Pradeep.
How many chunks do I have? No chunks. That's how many chunks. Wait. Have ashes. Boom. What else can we do here? We unlocked crimson water. Looks like. More air types, I suppose. And resins. Green pine resin, rotten pine resin. Yeah. Okay. Profane capital. Capital, old sport. Old chap. I do wish that Yon would just go over and just slam his knife, his big old machete down on the ground in front of him, so I can just punch him right in the arms until he falls over and dies. Which is what this next fight's gonna be. I'm gonna punch him in the arms and the feet until he dies. So we're warrior over here? Crestfallen Knight. Oop. Oop. I assume this was also in the wrong chat, Yoshi. Right to the boss here. Another amazing song on the soundtrack. How embarrassing. No worries. Whoop. Whoop. Right time for this one. Slam that down. Disagree with nice wires. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, who knows if they pre-recorded or recorded just for the game. Ouch. Yeah, so I think depends on the game. Sometimes From Software hires orchestra to like do the arrangements live, and then records it. So like in the case of Bloodborne, some of those were live. I think in the case of Dark Souls 3, most of those were like they got the orchestra together and to play the music, but then they like sampled their voices and the instruments and stuff, so that way the composer could like go into her computer and like mess around with like to like fine tune it and to kind of finalize it. So technically, this is sort of like music in this game, despite sounding really nice, is like technically still like a kind of MIDI in a way. It's not really a MIDI. It's computer generated, but not generated. It's still like a computer source kind of thing. But yeah. But yeah, I absolutely love this kind of music. J Cubed showed me one of his favorite like sort of hymns, and it sounded like kind of like similar to this, kind of like in the sort of sense of like choir, nice choral arrangement with like some beautiful lyrics that like you can't like it was a different language, so I didn't understand it, but you put a translation in there and it was just super beautiful. Apparently, Yorm one-shot me. Oh. Our damage is like much better than it could be because we are, using poison to like help our damage here. This would be take way longer without it. Fire there. Ooh. Nice. Okay, with that's the third of the four kind of major bosses in the base game done. We can go to Lothric Castle, Dragon Slayer armor, then Lothric and Lorien, Twin Princes. Oops. Don't know leveling. Allowed? Pretty sure you're too good at this game. Too good at this game. Can you be too good at a game? Don't worry. Once I this game is extremely familiar to me. Once I get around to playing some other From Software's games, I'm gonna be completely lost. That first playthrough experience is gonna be quite something. Well, I guess we're good to travel. Let's go back to Lothric Castle and run our way up to where Dragon Slayer armor is. Oh, another crash. No worries. It used to be it only like crashed like once per session, but I don't know. I guess it's like anything, right? You But yeah, yeah. I guess like what you're saying, Yoshi, is it's like anything. You practice anything long enough, and you play it and you enjoy it long enough. You keep pushing yourself a little as you go, and eventually you just get really good at it. I'm not even really that good at the game ultimately. I'm not like I'm definitely above average for sure. I'm pretty. I'd say I'm pretty far above average in terms of how good I am at this game. But there's I think about people that I've seen like on Twitch and on YouTube, being like, man, I've never done a run like that. I don't think I even have any Dark Souls games. Definitely, yeah, they're not for everybody. They are an acquired taste. I didn't like any of the Souls games when I first played them. They just seemed like trial and error and like just hard for the sake of it. And then something kind of clicked. And yeah, something clicked in my brain, and I was like, man, this is really good. A lot of good mechanics here that are working together really nicely. All right, got our chunks together here. This is sunlight metals. Oop, pardon me. This is real life gems. Oh. How far have you gotten? Been lurking. I'm in Lothric Castle. I'm nearing the end of the base game. I've got two outside of DLC. I've got 3 bosses. If I were to like not do all bosses, just beat the game right now, I have 3 bosses left. But we have many more bosses that are optional still left to do. If you want to do them. Which again, I'm gonna try to do them because I think we're making we're at a good pace and stuff. So. Rufus. Regen saved me. Nice. When you gonna go for world record speed run? Yes, yeah. I've people have asked me that before. I'm not really much for speed running. Excuse me. Never been much for speed running. Kind of like doing gimmick runs, like mean runs more so than speed runs. But I've thought about it. I've done a couple of races. I have never actually done like a speed run where I try to like get the world record or whatever. But I've done races where I have played with like another person and we've both tried to get through the game as fast as possible. Those are fun, but yeah, generally speed runs are not really my thing, nor are like no hits, because like the Souls community is always trying to go as hard as possible. So speed runs in the Souls community are like, yeah, that's nice and everything. It'd be super stressful, yeah. I mean, I it's not kind of like what I enjoy the Souls games for, right? I like taking in the things that are not like racing as fast as possible. But wait, let's start with the resin here. Yeah, like no hits, but yeah. What's a real the Souls community does is like they did speed runs for a while, And I was like, you know what? What we should really do is no hit. So like you play through the entire game without getting hit. And that's what all of the top like speedrunners do in Souls games, is they all have a no hit category. Yeah, in order to do a no-hit, you have to know, like, exactly... You have to really manipulate AI, and you have to basically, you know, always know exactly... Yeah, it's too much. Yeah, I'm not into no-hit. I'm into gimmick and meme runs and build runs like this. You know, for me, like, I don't like resetting a run. You know, that's kind of what happens in speed runs and in no hit. Is you have, like, you know, if you can be like in a no hit, you can be like at the final boss and you get hit, and it's like, well, I guess the run's over. Like, you know, it's like I don't like doing that. I don't like just like stopping the run. I want to like finish it. You know, and being able to like starting a run and then just like stopping midway is like it's not for me. Also, yeah, this damage is really bad. I'm doing all right. There's a number of mechanics you can use like to reduce damage no hit. Like there's a fight in the DLC that's usually like it's notorious for like taking lots of damage in, but like there's a kind of staff you can get in the game where you can like spray mist out of it, and the mist, the poison mist, and so you know this boss can be poisoned and stuff. So what you do is there's a mechanic in the game where you can actually be seen. You know, by enemies. It can also be heard by enemies. So what you need to do is, like, as the boss spawns in, you stand behind a pillar, and you Rufus. Stand behind a pillar, and you spray the mist, like behind the pillar, and the pillar, like, it'll go around the pillar, the mist, and it'll poison the boss. But you have to make sure you don't move, because you're close enough to him where he'll hear you if you try to like take a step, right? So stuff like that is like kind of what you're after. All the cheese, yeah, it's all about cheesing keep bosses, because like no hit is extremely difficult, right, as you can imagine. So like just fighting a boss is not a safe way to no hit, right? Meanwhile, I'm over here fighting with a broken straight sword, just doing very little damage to Dragon Slayer armor. He does not care about the weapon at all. He's especially resistant to its damage. This is why it's taking so long, and I've taken so much damage already at this point. Hoping that he should die here, actually. No cheese for me. That was just a legit fight. Used up all my Estus. I had 9 Estus too. Number of mistakes there. Alright. So, next, Lothric. Yeah, if this were just the base game and I was just doing like any percent, there would be 2 bosses left. Oh yeah, so I found out, whoops, 2 weeks ago that one of my favorite non-RPG series was made by From Software. Let's see, that would be not RPG, so that would be Armored Core. It would be, what else did they make? They made a bunch of like one-offs, a series. Metal Wolf Chaos? Yeah, Armored Core. Really? I didn't know you were into Armored Core. I haven't played much of it. Or I haven't played it at all, I should say. Really even seen it played. But yeah, From Software didn't really strike it big until the Souls games happened. Demon Souls was... Actually, you know, this was 11 years ago. It was poised to not even really make it out of production. And it's actually kind of funny because... You know, before they made Demon Souls, they had made so many other games. Like, their portfolio is massive. It's the only game of that style I like. Yeah, sort of. Yeah, it's like mecha stuff. Oh, I knew he was gonna do that. Thought maybe I could get to him in time. What a magical monster man. There's also an old PS1 game I used to have that they made. Let's see. Didn't like Ninja Blade or anything, was it? Repairs again. Ouch. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Tried to get my controller working again. Yeah, Kingsfield. Kingsfield was their like they actually made like 5 of those games, and it's pretty garbage. It is like the precursor of precursors to like the Soul games. There's some stuff in it where it's like it seems like there's something like very rudimentary. I mean, it really is like you said. It's something that is so weird and like old. Like it's just like it comes. It's just it does not hold up very well, in my opinion. But honestly, most of From Software's games in the past weren't all that good, for the most part. Which is so funny, you know. And once I found out they made it, like, I could see the connection to DS. Yeah, so you know, you have the same sort of like esoteric, like, you know, you just start in a world, and you're just gonna go, and there's not really any clear direction, and it's very easy to just die. Kind of just have to sort it out for yourself. And the sort of combat in Zero Guidance, yeah, the kind of combat in Kingsfield rudimentally reminded me of Kingsfield, of Dark Souls. I never played them, but I watched a guy play through all of them or most of them, and it gives that that feeling where you're like, oh, so the way you fight this enemy is you circle around and hit in the butt, which is how you like at the most basic level. That's how you fight enemies in Souls games. You circle around them and you hit them, you know, between attacks and stuff. Only in the case of Kingsfield, you do it much slower. And enemies turn like 5,000-pound tanks, and so do you. It's kind of weird. It's like it came out in an era where like 3D was like trying to be figured out. Like I'm playing the first one probably at some point. Oh, dude, you should definitely do that. I mean, you gotta like go in knowing like you're in for it. You're in for it. Like there's no. It's like the Wild West, you know, like. There's no like thoughts about like maybe we should like make this more user friendly or make this more intuitive, right? No, it's not a thing. Got a bunch of retro games coming in the next few weeks. Ooh, really? I saw you playing Monster Rancher. Yeah, I was lurking in chat. Yeah, like what do you think about that? I mean, like I honestly the concept for Monster Rancher is this coolest thing, right? With the CDs. Using the CDs for generate monsters. It's so cool. Woo! It's awesome. One of my favorite games, probably. Really? The Monster Rancher game. You're so that you know, between this and like Pokemon, you're a pretty big fan of the monster catching battling genre. It's a relatively chill. Yeah, it seemed that way. That guard. It's gotta be stamina now. Oh, we got some back there. Oh. Nice. I'm into any games Pia is going to like. But you're their friend though. Like they the heart of the cards and stuff. You're their friend. That's different. If it weren't for you, they would starve to death. They would be horrible. They would be monsters with nowhere to go. I'd rather hold attack on Pokemon. It's just like a troll. Like they just say that stuff because it's just, hey, you know we'll get people attention on us if we talk about Pokemon, right? Be like animal cruelty and stuff. It's like, yeah, but the point of Pokemon is that you know you're not cruel to your Pokemon, right? Like the story. I mean, you can tell that they didn't actually care about the plot and like the series as like a what it's actually trying to say about, you know, your friendly friends who help you win gym battles, right? You look at you know, you think about it as like cockfighting, right? But it's not quite like that. I mean, of course, it is like that because like you are like fighting, but I think like Sword and Shield, for example, does it like gives a pretty good idea about how it's like. The point is like it's like a sport, right? It's not like a bad like heinous thing. Oh well, I guess we're going down here now. That's the shard. I guess I do really like those types of games because Digimon, Pokemon, and Monster Rancher are some of my favorite series. Yeah, I got into Pokemon pretty good. I still enjoy it. I mean, to the point where I was disappointed that you know, not all the Pokemon were in Sword and Shield. It's a real bummer. I'm not sure if they are all in there now. I haven't checked the goings on with Pokemon in a while, since like February or something. So like with the 2 DLCs that are out, maybe they're. I think most of them are in now. Yeah, well, that's good. All of them should be in. They all need to be in. The one thing that made Pokemon so cool to me was like how like every like new generation they were constantly bringing all the things forward, right? Like I don't know if all of them, yeah, I don't think so. It's a shame, man. It's like sure, like not all of the things like come back every generation. Like you can I was kind of like always blown away by like, man, like they make a new Pokemon, right? And they just like it's in the game forever. Like you know, blown away by the fact that like there's all these Pokemon with all these different evolution like type like ways for them to evolve and for them to catch them and to get them right in the game. And they had to like think about like where to put all this stuff in each of those games, right? So like, you want Leafeon? Oh, we have to make sure we put a rock in there, like a grass rock or whatever, to evolve her. Oh, you have a Deoxys? Oh, okay. Well, I'll have to put a thing in the game so that you can evolve the Deoxys or like change its forms and stuff, right? All right, here we go. Let's see what we can do. This is the penultimate boss in the vanilla game. Look at that damage. Oh, it's so bad. Watch the DLC, last DLC though, IMO, because they level lock the Pokemon just to 5+ regardless of how bad you have. What? That's weird. Like level locks. Yeah, there's a number of like sort of like design decisions with Sword and Shield that like I see there's like nice potential and stuff, but there's a lot of stuff that like I'm like, oh, why'd you go and do that, you know? Now I can't do a mono ice run with all the ice Pokemon in DLC. Like that's dumb. That's dumb. I want to do that. Let me do that. Come on now. It's an RPG. RPGs, you gotta like let me have my team the way I want. You gotta let me have my team comp / build, right? It's all about the builds, man. That's what I'm about. And so I don't like it when they kind of like hamstring your ability to do stuff like that. That's like any RPG. To me, that's like the point of an RPG is like to give you the freedom to like choose your style, your play style. Ooh, nice. This damage, man. I'm so glad these guys can get poisoned because my goodness, this damage is garbaggio. Ooh. Nah. Lost my chance there. Yeah, you can get level 70 legendary super early though. Level 70? Well, that's nice. Like pre-first badge early. I mean, I guess you can still. I don't know, like. Nice. 2 hits. This is a super a hyper advanced Kingsfield right here. Like this is how you beat Lorien. You got some mix-ups, right? But like, for the most part, is what you do. You circle around, right? A lot of those attacks are frontal facing. They're frontal cones, and so you just kind of circle around in there. You get a chance to hit him more. I gotta get around that pillar, friend. Can't catch. Ooh, it was such a good time. He was about to hit me there. You can't catch the level 69.5 wild Pokemon. I really don't like. I hate. Why do they do that? That's just such a dumb thing. You can go like this bugged me like crazy. What's wrong with this dude's legs? They're broken.
Dear brother.
And Lothric here, this little skinny man, is bringing him back to life repeatedly because he's like a evil white mage, evil cleric, so he can like resurrect people. Phase 2, yeah. But yeah, that thing, Gino, when I found out that you couldn't catch Pokemon, like, what's the point of going out into like the dangerous part of the world and like risking your Pokemon or whatever, like trying to catch them like a little high guy, and it's like, let me at least like try to catch it. It's just like, no, you just can't. You just can't catch it. It's like, what do you? Just let me try. Like, what kind of RPG is this, right? Like, let me just try. Like, if there's even a chance I want to try, you gotta let me have my fun, I don't know. It's weird. It's like it's all like so streamlined, right? And streamline's not really what it's about. Oh gosh, I'm in turn the wrong way here. All right, there we go. Phase 2. Now, Lothric has less health than Lorien, so that's good. He's a squishy boy. But I have to actually hit him in the back in order to hit him. Yeah, that's what, like, the worst thing about Sword and Shield. It's so weird. Why? That was a bad roll. That was an early roll. Only 2 Estus so far. 3 Estus now. Rufus. A lot of things like that. Like even like even like when you like get a outfit from like the gym. I'm not sure if they changed this or not, but like originally, when you got like an outfit from the gym, you couldn't like wear it. You could only wear it in like a certain like instance. Like like if you do like a mono poison run or whatever, right? You want to wear the poison outfit, right? Poison uniform. But like you're not allowed to do that. It's just like why? Like I want fashion Pokemon, right? I want a theme. I want to have a themed. Team and a themed outfit, right? Ooh, no stamina. And you can't wear the type uniforms during the gym. Yeah, that's it. Right. Like, why can't you do that? That's so weird. That's like the moment that you want to wear it because you can actually see it like on your character really nicely and all that. It makes no sense. Exactly. Yeah. Doesn't make any sense. I'm actually gonna go from a different bonfire. But yeah, a lot of a lot of Pokemon missing is a huge bummer too, right? Like I was one of those people who was like really bummed out by lack of Pokemon being in the game because like. I want to do those mono type runs and stuff like that, and it's like you're limiting my options. When look up to this point, the crowning achievement of Pokemon has been like all of the Pokemon are in, and like extra care has been made to make sure that they're in there, Hopefully next game they'll fix some of that stuff. Yeah, little stuff like that where it's like, it just seems weird that you wouldn't think of it, kind of thing. Or like, I really like what really got me, like, before Sword and Shield came out, really got me jazzed up was like, oh my goodness, actual like more like tactically interesting battles in the form of like raid battles, right? Because like, okay, now we have like 4 Pokemon in a battle. It's one really powerful like boss Pokemon, right? Like I liked the totem Pokemon in Sun and Moon. I like the idea of them. It's like, oh, okay, they have gimmicks, right? So you combine the ability, like the Pokemon abilities of like Wishy-Washy, or let's say, right, in the water trial, and you combine it with the fact that he summons Alamamola to heal him and stuff like that. It's like, oh, that's cool, right? But the raid battles kind of ended up falling flat a little bit for me, or it's because it ended up becoming kind of a thing where it's pretty fun if you don't have the garbage NPC. They're so garbage. They're so garbage. Half of them are garbage. Why would you make them garbage? So garbage. Like they're just like suicide, pretty much. Okay, this is a long fight right here. This one with Lothric. I'll have to apply my resin. It's okay. I can walk around that way. Nice thing is that this weapon attacks pretty quickly. They really need better AI, or just don't make their movesets have staff buffing moves. I mean, it makes sense, like, in theory, like, look, here's the thing, is, like, your Solar Rock is gonna die, okay? Stop using cosmic power, because, like, it's gonna die. I'm sorry. I'm sure that you had a whole plan worked out with your Solar Rock, but no. You know, I had a team that I had painstakingly created that also featured lots of buffs, with a, oh my goodness, with like a specially crafted Smeargle and all that. It's like, that's not you, Solar Rock. Nice. Yeah, Martin's the worst trainer, like the 5-year-old with a Magikarp dealing with it. There's him. Why though? Mystifying. It's almost like a joke. Like it's like an intentional joke. Like, you remember this guy Andrew, who always has like 6 Magikarps? You know, this guy that you have to fight the fisherman every game. Yeah, we're gonna make it put jokes in the game, but instead, the joke's on you. Go find some real people to do your raids with. Oh, that was an early roll, so alright. I mean, I guess they needed the meme in Sword and Shields. I guess so. Another early roll. Damage, man. It's like unbelievable how bad this damage is, man. This is not even like the worst it's gonna get. It's gonna be Soul Cinder, man. Like, he does this. Oh my gosh, this weapon is not like, his armor does not care that I'm using a broken straight sword on him. This is not the way intended. Him and Wildfett are the worst. Yes, they're definitely. Like, I have an idea. how about we make like, you know, modifier as a you know, character is all about countering, right? But not only can he not survive very well to begin with, but he'll half the time not even use the right ability. What's this? What is this madness? Like he'll just gamble and gamble and lose. But yeah, but the other problem I have with the raids kind of is like, I really like, I was like blown away, like legit like excited when I saw like the E3 trailer or whatever, the E3 like demo of it, right? And you know, that Steelix had like armor and stuff. Oh, cool, he has like shields, right? I loved the idea that no matter how much damage an attack did, it broke one shield. That's a really cool idea, because then you're like, oh, I can strategize and be like, ah, I will intentionally like keep a really like low power but like high PP move.
For that.
Maybe one that's a multi-hit, and like break shields that way. It's like a cool tactical way to actually boost up the usefulness of those older moves that do less damage. That's a really cool idea, right? But then like I noticed, like, I started noticing that all the raids were like the same, and they all had the same gimmick. Like that should have been like Steelix's thing, right? Steelix is like boss raid. Steelix is gimmick was that, right? And then other boss gimmick like raids should have been other things. That would have been amazing. Again, much like the totem Pokemon. It's not good. That's also a bad thing right there. You know you're doing good damage when you're seeing that. When you're seeing that that yellow bar on the enemy. Well, I'm not seeing it on Lorian, but seeing it on Lawful. That's good. Whoosh. That poison the proc, man. They all have shield based on rarity, yeah. Like that's cool, right? Like, it's a good idea. I like that idea. Like giving more functionality to like other Pokemon and other moves and stuff is really great. Is a really good idea. Multi-hit moves only break a single shield. Oh, is that right? Oh, my mistake. Well, it should bring multiple shield. That's the way you should do it. That gives them a lot more use. Bunch of moves are bugged and don't work in raids. That's dumb. I mean, okay, but like, okay, yeah, you already said they don't work. Cause like here's the way I think is like, if it's bugged, I'm actually like not necessarily like have a problem with that. As long as the bug is like a cool bug, right? Like, if it's like, you know, if you combine this move with this Pokemon while in a raid with these other Pokemon, like this will happen. Like I love stuff like that. But it's just like the moves don't work. Well, that's not very exciting, is it? I love little secrets like that. When the community finds little secrets like that, I love it. I'll wait for my stamina here. Whoop. Swoosh. Anything involving weight and berries won't work and it'll waste the turn. What? That's so lame. It'll waste the turn. That's even worse. I thought it was gonna just say, oh, you can't use this here. It's you're saying it's bugged. Like from like the beginning of since the beginning of the game was out. That's insane. That's really lame. Also, can we talk about just on the topic of like complaining about Sword and Shield, like it's Eternatus, Eternatus. He's cool, right? But man, that final fight with the legendaries is really boring, like exceptionally boring. Oh my gosh, my weapon's breaking. I mean, more so than it already is. This fight's taking too long. Kappa. Yeah, it's a big old Kappa for me too. Like it's because like you don't do anything. The legendaries do all the work for you. It's super lame. You just have to watch him use like Behemoth Blade over and over again. Almost got it. Almost got it. Yes. That was a long fight. That's not even the hardest one that we're gonna be doing. Broken straight sword. My broken straight sword almost broke. You think we were doing little damage now? Wait, like what? Imagine what would happen if our sword broke. Okay, that's it. So, if we were to end the game right now, we're at the final boss. Didn't know you only had to kill the one. Yeah, kill the one because he constantly brings him back to life. So. Once you kill that guy, he's really the one keeping him alive, so. Mark my words, Ashen One. You killed the skinny man riding a bigger man. Alright, so we just gotta place the thingamabobbers here. I mean, really, I guess Lothric had no other choice but to like ride him like that. But to like do piggyback ride on him because, I mean, what you want to do is cast that spell pretty far away. I guess that spell was touch, a touch spell. You have to be like standing right on top of him in order to resurrect him like that. Which is, hey, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. That's balanced, right? Alright, we made it to the final area, but again, we're doing DLC if we can. I guess. That's like the way they balance like Revivify and stuff. Revivify and you know, Resurrection and all that kind of stuff. Is like Revivify is like cast a spell within like the next minute of like or like 30 seconds of someone dying, and then you can dying, and then you're okay. Otherwise, he'd just be a sitting duck, right? That's just it. That's the balance, right? He is a sitting duck if he, if he could just like sit, if he could just sit over there in his bed while he's casting his resurrection, he'd be busted. Okay, so go over here. It really stinks that we lost those 350k souls, but what can you do? How many do we have here? We've got 8 primordial fragments. We can give him the Lord Vessel. Now we can buy a bunch of these. Gotta go to bed. Got one more day of work left for the week. Oh, nice! Well, congrats and good luck. 2, 4, 6. I think we do some Sun Prince. Well, I think we do a Prisoner's Chain as well. Do Sun Princess. This. And we can. Just chain. There we go. Thank you for coming, man. I really appreciate it. We can get chain. That. Okay, and then bone shards, no. We can go now to the optional boss of the base game, which is Ancient Wyvern and Nameless King. I think Nameless King will probably be easier. Maybe? I mean, it depends how I do. No, I mean, like, even though I was kind of complaining about it, like, there are actually a number there are a lot of things in Sword and Shield that I think are really cool, that are good ideas. I think, just in general, I think I would like more of like an RPG story than kind of what we're usually given. Like, you know, like rather than like the. This is why I actually liked about Sword and Shield, or I mean Sun and Moon. It was like they did a thing where it was like, okay, we're not gonna do like the gym leaders anymore. We're gonna do like different like dungeons kind of thing, right? That's cool, right? And with bosses and stuff. That's cool. And I kind of weary of the you know, you go on a Pokemon adventure and you do the gym leaders and you do the Elite Four kind of thing, right? It's like I think you should mix it up and actually do like a story, right? There's a ton of potential, as we've seen from like the story. If you actually follow like, the lore, there is Pokemon lore, and if you follow the Pokemon lore, it's like there's actually a lot of cool ideas there. And it's like you have to like actually, you know, do something with that, and I think there's a lot of ways to do that instead of falling back onto the like the Pokemon trainer become Pokemon master thing, personally. Yeah. There we go. Ancient Wyvern. Wait, still Ancient Wyvern. What do you get from that? I don't remember. I don't think he dropped the soul in the vanilla. Sometimes I play Cinders so often that sometimes the vanilla game, I forget what's in the vanilla game. Not too often, but sometimes. Whoop. Rufus. Okay. Ding ding, bridge up. Stop it, Carl. We trained him wrong on purpose. As a joke. If you're alive, then surely when blow. Oh. That movie's so dumb. I haven't seen it in ages, Kung Pao. But I remember it being pretty funny. A lot of good lines from it. Oh, not quite. There you go. Right, I should upgrade the Cygnus to see if the healing goes up. Okay. Remember you this time. There's a guy right here. Yeah. Get out of here. I'm gonna run past you. I guess I could fight them and get a whole bunch of souls from them. Would help me upgrade my rings and my accessories. Let's see. I'm pretty sure chunks. You get chunks from the Dragon Chaser's ashes. Get for... Oh my gosh, that damage. What the heck? Oh, interesting. You didn't do like the follow-up. I guess you can just do the initial charge there. Hmm. No poison happening here. Okay. Rough one. We'll go ahead and might as well hit the bonfire because he won't respawn. So. Okay. Okay. I want those Dragon Chaser ashes. I have to go through all these guys. Come on. How you go around that? Dude, how much stamina do you have? Oh, we can do that. Okay. Oops. Oof. Another regen life save there. Oof. Okay. Yeah, well, those guys are still in there. I don't know what they're doing, but I can just run past both of them. I think we got a clear shot to. Oh wait, no, we have to fight the NPC here too. Maybe they de-aggroed or something. I guess. Yeah. Dragon Hunter. Oof. Nice. Same rules apply as a pursuer. You're swinging a whole bunch, putting up his shields. Okay. I was actually didn't mean to kick him, but. Yeah, that's a stun. I thought he was gonna put his shield up. Nice. Nice, okay. Nah, it's such a bad time that to happen. Come on, controller. Need to get a new cable. You need to get another new cable, I guess, because I don't know what causes that to happen. But I'm just gonna go ahead and summon Hawkwood here. It's not gonna summon him, but that death was entirely preventable. So I'm just gonna fast track my way over there. Stamina, dude. Where's your stamina? Dragon scale. Dragon scales. That was overkill. Oof. Chain snack. The worst. There you go, both poison now. Nice. Now I'm pretty sure Hawkwood just runs past you, and he doesn't even help you fight the the invader here. He just leaves. Like he goes past you. He rests at the thing, and he leaves. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what he does. Oh no! Oh, that's good. Space that out. Nicely done. There you go. Yeah, big rest there, and then I'm off and away. All right, Yoshi, thank you for coming, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate the lurk. Appreciate the chatting. Thank you so much. Have a good night, man. Alright. Dragon Chaser's ashes achieved. With that, fire gem, huh? That we should be able to get chunks. And I thought maybe I'd be able to finish this run in one night, but apparently not so much, it seems. I'll probably have to do this tomorrow or Friday. Finish up. I want to do all the DLC bosses. I think we'll be stuck on Soul Cinder for a bit, depending on what he does. So, we'll be able to get chunks, right? Yeah, now we can get chunks. 20k each, though. I need, wait, what did I need? I need 10? 9. get here. Perfect. And this and a slab. 134. Yeah, 202. Alright, let me just check to see. And damage. 22. Well, it's still the best there is. All right. Well, everyone, thank you for joining me. I'll be back, Lord willing, either tomorrow or Friday. And we'll finish this run. I've been having a lot more fun than I thought I would with this. But then again, we have not fought some of the harder bosses in the game just yet. We fought some of them, but yeah, it's been pretty good. Still over 1 broken straight sword. That massive AR 200. Wow. All right, guys, take care, and I'll see you next time.